You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, 11 p.m., March 24th, 2023. Today we are playing another Sherlock Holmes consulting detective fan case, this one called An Ember of Distraction, written by someone named John Thompson. Posted on the Baker Street Irregulars file section for Board Game Geek. You can download it there and play it. If you think you might want to play this with your group or solo, I would recommend you not watch this stream. You download it, you can play it, and you can come back and watch this after you play it and see how you compare with our group here. I'll talk a little bit about the background of this case, the context in which we're playing it, then we'll catch up and then we'll get started. So as I understand it, this case was really created, John Thompson is a teacher, musician, and was created for his group. So he's been playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, just discovered it in the last year or so, and has been playing it over Zoom remotely with friends, and they got to the end of the cases they had and were sad to see the system go, and so John decided to make a case for his group, sort of tuned to the weaknesses, to exploit the weaknesses of his group. And I gather never intended for this to be a public case for others to play, but one of the other friends in the group, after playing it, said you should submit it to Board Game Geek. So this has only been played by one other group, and just as a reminder, when we play these fan cases, I mean, we have gotten lucky in terms of getting cases that worked well for us, but I want to remind you that it's kind of crazy to think that these games might be ready for widespread play without any real play testing and feedback. So we're going to approach this, as we try to approach all of these fan cases, from a constructive standpoint of sort of play testing and offering constructive criticism. So we'll try to keep that as our mindset when we're playing, rather than a harsh critique of it. But we'll give our honest opinion, but if we can see ways that it might be improved or constructive criticism, we'll give it. All right, what else do we need to talk about? I just posted 2 videos last week on Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan cases, fairly short videos for me. If you haven't seen those, you might want to check them out. One is just a general video talking about the amazing nature of these fan cases, and then another video talking about 5 recent Sherlock Holmes Consulting fan detective cases that we've played and recommending them. And as a reminder, on Sunday, this Sunday, March 26th, at 3 p.m., we'll play our play-by-mail blinded birder case, and then at 9 p.m., I'll be doing a live Q&A. I welcome you to join me for that. If you have any questions you want to post ahead of time, you can post that on the Board Game Geek Guild section for this channel. You can find a link to that on the YouTube About page. I'd be happy to take questions, not about me, but if you have got questions in general, either about YouTube, about hardware equipment, or if you've got projects you want to talk about, I'd be happy to advertise them there. Let's just check in with the chat. It seems like we've got a good group of detectives with us today. The other thing we'll be doing today at some point is having a little cheesecake taste test here. So if you've got some dessert you want to break out, you might want to get that ready. I'm not sure when we'll do it, sometime in the middle of our gameplay. I expect, just from looking at the length of this, that we will finish this in one session, but we'll see how it goes. And then I've ordered more Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes. I've got a giant stack of them now, several dozen. So I'm going to have to start getting through those. I'll probably do more unannounced streams on that. So if you have a particular box you want to play and join for, you might let me know to wait and save it for you. All right, shall we get started here? Anyone up to anything new? Any interesting projects anyone has going on? Any interesting movies? We just saw a movie called Red River Run or something. Apparently, a big movie in China, Chinese movie, big movie, sort of a whodunit mystery set in old. I don't really know how to describe it. A murder mystery set in China in a castle. It was okay. It was reasonable. It got a little weird at the end, but little convoluted at the end, but it was good. Matt says, took a trip to Las Vegas last weekend, saw Cirque du Soleil. Anyone else up to anything interesting? All right. It takes too long to get replies on YouTube. You guys just got to volunteer right from the start. As soon as the stream starts, you got to start telling me about any projects or things you've been doing if you want to get them out there. I know most of you don't, but I'd love to hear more about your lives. All right, let us get started. So here's our introduction to an Ember of Distraction. Let's see what we've got here. We are sitting by the fire in 221B Baker Street, idly discussing anything of interest in the papers or on the streets that might lift Holmes from one of his dark moods. Holmes has not partaken of the conversation, instead flitting between the paper, plucking a few discordant notes on his Stradivarius, mixing some noxious concoction with his chemistry set, knocking his pipe against the mantel, and staring out of the window. "Enough!" Holmes exclaims. "Take your infernal twittering elsewhere. It is disconcerting enough that a person must endure the ramblings of imbeciles at the best of times, but..." Holmes is interrupted by the clock on the mantel chiming the hour. Before it can sound the third bell, Holmes picks it up and dashes it against the wall. As we collect our coats and move to hurry from the room, a singular police whistle is heard. Holmes steps to the window as a carriage races past, turning sharply left onto Blandford Street. We hear him mutter. Perhaps there is some interest in the day after all. Okay, so that's our entire introduction. But we got told about a carriage racing past 221B Baker Street, turning left onto Blandford Street. So that might be worth checking out. I see I've got a little cursor on my screen. I'm going to have to get rid of that. Hold on a second. Let me just get it off the screen here. Okay. All right. So, and then we've got a newspaper that we could check out. So this, what day is it that we're starting on here? Doesn't even have the day, but you can see from the news that it must be August 14th or 15th or so. All right, well, let's just look at our map here and find Blandford Street. So there's 221B Baker. So there's Blandford Street. So it rushed past and turned left onto Blandford Street. So it went this way, I guess. Coming down this way or up this way. I guess it could, if it went past our window, turn left onto Blandford, you would expect it to go this way and go past this building here. So that might, well, I'm not sure why, if it didn't stop, I'm not sure why they would see anything, but he's obviously heard something that's caught his attention. Police whistle. Okay, so police are chasing some sort of carriage. Well, we might just go chasing that carriage, but before we do, perhaps we should check out the newspaper, at least take a quick glance at it. Although lately we've been saving the newspaper for reading sporadically during our case. Let's just take a quick look at any big events. fire ravages London in 2 weeks. Last night, the Metropolitan Fire Brigade were called upon to extinguish another blaze. This time in Lower Thames Street. This fire is the 6th in a series that the brigade has been called to. The first, a needle factory on Tooley Street, was thought an accident, but questions have been raised by the frequency of these events. Properties in Byward Street, Maguire Street, Bankside, and Hopton Street have also mysteriously caught fire. Captain Shaw of the Metropolitan Fire Brigade said that while such accidents could occur, it seems unlikely that they would happen so frequently in such proximity. He asks anyone who has knowledge of these incidents to make themselves known to Scotland Yard. Fortunately, no person has yet been injured in any of these fires, and the Times sincerely hopes that this shall be the last. Okay. Let's keep reading a little bit of the paper just because we don't have any great leads to go on yet, other than to track down where the carriage has gone. Scotland Yard reaches out to businesses. The Times understands that Scotland Yard has become increasingly concerned about criminal enterprise in the city, extorting funds from small businesses under threat of violence. Whilst no instances of extortion have been confirmed, a number of businesses have reported criminal damage varying from minor to significant. Police sources have indicated that their intention is to appeal to business owners to disregard any threatening approaches and instead report them immediately to the local constabulary. Patrols in the center of the city are to be stepped up, and individual approaches will be made to any business deemed vulnerable. It is hoped this approach will eliminate such intolerable practices and make London a safe place for businesses to thrive. So is that what's happening? Are we getting extortion and arsons to punish the extortionists? Got a new article about a new bridge. We might want to read these later. Let's just mark these as possibly relevant. Horseless carriage. That'll be the car. Tramps commit murder. 5 tramps broke in. Couple letters to the editor. Fires. Here's an article about fire. If our intuition that this case might be related to the fire, maybe that's fires, maybe this is important. London's aflame. There seems to be little done to prevent the fire spreading. Do people not remember the events of 1666? If such carelessness continues, it will not be long before St. Paul's is once more destroyed. Criminal charges should be brought to bear on those responsible, and if they cannot be found, then the property owners. For if they are not able to maintain their buildings well enough to prevent fires, then they should be stripped of them and new responsible owners found. R. Stutterheim. Okay, and then there's someone talking about a troupe of minstrels, and then an ad for a new smoking mixture. There is no herb like it under the canopy of heaven. 1 ounce, 2 ounce, 4 ounce packets lined with tin foil and pre-made cigarettes. New smoking mixture. All right. I mean, we've got other pieces in the paper that we might want to check out, but it seems like maybe our best bet here would be to see if we can't follow that cab. Don't you think? Down Blandford Street. By going next door. So I'm not sure that's what the game has in mind for us, but it seems like a reasonable try. Rush past the window and made a hard left on Blandford. So no matter how you catch it, that gets us going down in this direction. Probably 53 would be the next place it would pass. But, you know, who knows how much further it will go. Okay, so let's try going to 53 Northwest. Let's see if that's in our directory, in our clue book here. 53 Northwest. Now, one thing that's interesting here is how many letters, like I can see just by looking at this book, clue book, how often it's referring to letters, which was something we see the Baker Street Irregulars did, and it looks like John Thompson really embraced. You can't see it yet, but I can see these red notes about circling and checking letters is all over the place. Okay, so let's see. 53 Northwest. Rushing out the door of 221B Baker Street into the corner of Blandford Street, we almost run over a young girl playing hopscotch. Did you see a carriage, young miss? She nods and points east along Blandford Street. Circle the letter C. All right, so we're going to give ourselves, we're going to use this for our letters that we have. So I'm just going to use this card here and note that we have a C. Okay, so east along Blandford. All right, so let's keep our marks as we normally do. We just went to 53. And now she pointed east along Blandford. Well, Blandford runs out of Blandford Street soon, but if it's still going, it could be going down Marleybone. So we might expect it to keep going down here and go down New Cavendish Street if it didn't make a turn. Or I suppose if it's going down Blandford, then the next place it might hit might be here. And we might catch it at one of these two buildings. I think maybe our best bet might be this building here. Like someone here might see it going here this way or turning this way. So let's try 38 Northwest. Okay, 38 Northwest. A haze of smoke seems to have settled over London as we run towards the crossroads on Blandford Street, where Jasper calls out to us. Squire, you're in a right royal rush. You here for the paper? No, Jasper, not today, pants Wiggins. But did you see a carriage race past just now? I did. I heard it off down Thayer Street. Was almost on two wheels when the lick it was going at. Thank you, Wiggins calls off as we set down Thayer Street. Circle the letter C. Okay, we already have the C. Okay, down Thayer Street. All right, so it came down and made a right turn. See if you can get there. Made a right turn on Thayer Street. So we caught it there. And it started going down Thayer Street. So if it hit the end of Thayer Street, 73 seems like the most likely place we'd catch it, right? So let's go to 73. See if we can catch them there. 73 Northwest. Okay. If you have circled the letter C, which we have, we get to read the following. The western side of Wigmore Street is blocked by an apple cart that's been toppled. Cart's owner is talking to a policeman and gesticulating wildly in an easterly direction. We take the hint and head in the direction he's pointing. Then it says if you have the letter T and G circled, which we don't, so we're not going to read that. But this would be where we would normally keep track. So we went to 73 Northwest, and it asks for T and G. So I'm making a note that we may want to come back to 73 Northwest once we get T and G. I'll put a little green mark on it then to remind us to come back to it. All right, it went east on Wigmore Street. Down this way. So earliest place would be this place. Let's go widen out a bit. Earliest place might be this place before Cavendish Square, although the Langham Hotel would seem to be a nice vantage point for a witness. Although here they'd see if it turned right, or I guess it probably makes sense to go to 34. All right, let's go to 34. Next stop chasing this carriage, 34. Let's see what we got at 34. "34 says, if you've circled, oops, try not to pay attention, just because it's not, just because you can see it, because my cubes don't block it, doesn't mean you're allowed to read it. So what's happening here is the cubes are getting so close, there's such a short vertical distance, that it's triggering the other feature of the cubes, which thinks I'm saying it's a straight line. Okay, so 34 says, if you've circled the letter C, read the following passage. So try not to pay attention to this part below it. Running towards Cavendish Square, we call out, asking where the speeding carriage went. Straight across the park. Took a right at the YMCA, comes a helpful response. Okay. Straight across the park, took a right at the YMCA. Okay. So let's mark it. Okay, a park. I guess he means Cavendish Square Park. Took a right at the YMCA. Took a right at the YMCA? Does that mean it's turning right here, or do you think it means it took a right at the corner, probably, right? I think it probably means take a right at the corner. This is sort of alleys around Cavendish Square. So we could look at 85, or I think we could go down. Let's go right down to Oxford Circus. 83, and we'll back up to 85 if we lose it. Or I guess we could go to 80. Then they would catch it coming this way or this way. Let's try 80. All right, 80 Northwest. "80 Northwest says, if you've circled the letter C, which we have, we can read this. Oxford Circus is busy as usual, and it doesn't take us long to find someone willing to point the way. Oh yeah, a carriage came howling through here not 5 minutes ago, nearly ran over a dog. Would have liked to see that," a raggedly dressed boy tells us with glee. "Yeah, but which way did it go?" "Down Regent Street, governor." Okay. So 80 Northwest says it went down Regent Street. Okay. Where's our Regent Street? Oh, there's Regent Street. So it did turn right here at the YMCA and keep going down here to Regent Street. Okay, well, I think maybe Cavendish Club. Let's see if anyone at the Cavendish Club saw anything. Probably it kept on going down Regent Street, but let's try the Cavendish Club just for the fun of it. Okay, 25 Northwest. Again, circle the letter C. I'm not sure, what is the letter, like, we got the letter C on our first look at the cab. It seems like that might be a little unnecessary to keep checking letter C. Once we hear about the cab from 221B Baker Street, it doesn't seem like we need any other information to be tracking it. Doorman at the Cavendish Club smiles at our disheveled appearance as we run up to him. "Sorry, lads, you ain't getting in looking like that. You look like the devil himself is after you." "We don't want in," huffs an out-of-breath Wiggins. "Did you see a Carriage rushed by. Ah, that I did, lads. It raced by not long past. Not having much to do, I watched it on its way. It veered towards Piccadilly Circus, then screeched to a halt outside St. James Hall. Someone must be terribly keen not to miss the show. This reminds me that I believe that John Thompson, the author, was saying how he played it with his group and what their score was. And so one thing we may want to pause for a second and think about is that, different groups play these cases in different ways. And it may be that part of the game that John Thompson was creating was an efficiency game, testing his group to see how quickly they could solve it. Because he did also mention that he's written so many entries that no one will ever see. So I wonder if, he's challenging us to not plod through every possible lead, but to try to most efficiently find the path of it. All right, so let's see. He says, toward Piccadilly Circus, screeched to a halt outside St. James Hall. Okay, so it's screeched to a halt. That's kind of exciting. All right, so that was at 25 Northwest, which we can mark. So the Cavendish Club. Okay. Cavendish Club. It veered towards Piccadilly Circus. And then ground to a halt outside St. James Hall. All right, well, where is that? He watched it. Where is St. James Hall and Piccadilly Circus? We could look those up, but we should know what those are. Okay, well, there's St. James Place down there. Oh, and there's the Piccadilly Hotel. Piccadilly Circus, isn't that a park? Let's see what the chat. 22 Northwest is there's St. James Place. Oh, St. James Hall is where he says it stopped. Okay, okay, good. Chat was helping me out here. 500 JWT says 22 Northwest. Okay. All right, so St. James Hall. And where's Piccadilly Circus, though? I was thinking Piccadilly Circus was like one of these small little parks like Cavendish Square. I rushed down past Piccadilly Circus and stopped outside of St. James Hall. Okay, oh, Piccadilly Circus is this big street. Piccadilly Circus is the street. Okay, so he says it veered towards Piccadilly Circus. So it's veering this way. Look, it's veering this way towards Piccadilly Circus, but then comes to a halt right here. 22. All right, so let's get ourselves to St. James Hall and see what happened here. Okay, 22. Now this is exciting. Okay, here we go. If you've circled the letter C, read the following passage. Okay, so we got a long entry here. We arrive at St. James Hall very out of breath. You missed half the show, but I can't let you in without a ticket. Grimacing, Wiggins pays for enough tickets for us all, and we slip into the back of the hall to watch the Moore and Burgess minstrel show. The troupe are all lined up on the stage, surrounding a dignified-looking gentleman in the middle with two figures, one tall and thin, the other comedically fat on either end, who exchange jokes between the songs. I know him, confides Wiggins, pointing to the thin end man. It's Arthur Gallimore, a Sheffield lad, so he is. Mr. Bones seems to take a savage delight in needling Mr. Tambo at the other end with some very direct comments, but this appears to be a regular part of the show as the audience are hooting with laughter. Even though we started the afternoon looking intently at the many overly made-up faces attempting to identify who may have just raced a carriage across North London, we soon find ourselves caught up in the songs and find ourselves joining in the chorus of Sister Mary Jane's Top Note with gusto. Before long, we find ourselves joining the standing ovation at the end of the show. Realizing we may be about to miss an opportunity, Wiggins ushers us out of the hall and round to the stage door where we beg entry, citing our huge admiration of the troupe, and Arthur Gallimore in particular. We see Arthur, surprisingly young man for so prominent a role, storming off the stage shouting at someone who, from the fact that his face is not coated in black, we presume is the manager. Lawrence, this just isn't on. Our Mr. Tambo missed the entirety of the cakewalk and barely made it on stage for the cat's duet. How would that have been if I had hissed it myself? I had to entirely cut Mammy Caroline a twins because he forgot to even bring that ridiculously ostentatious banjo of his on stage. I tell you, Lawrence, I have had enough. And look at this, he exclaims, pointing at what looks like a large pile of clothes abandoned in the corridor. His suit just carelessly discarded on the ground. Does he not know how much these things cost? You can't simply get away with a cushion up your shirt these days. I warned him. He was on his last chance, and he has squandered it. No, not just squandered it, crumpled it into a ball and thrown it on the floor, just like that ridiculous outfit there. I have been speaking with Harry Kenyon, good man, excellent pedigree, who worked under Poole and Xanto. Excellent acrobat. Get him in as my opposite endsman, or I walk. You understand me? I walk. Sorry, I don't have time for autographs, gentlemen. This last remark was directed at us, and we are swiftly ushered out the stage door. Circle the letter F. All right, I'm going to add an F to our list. So we now have C and F. If you have not read the letter C, read the following. So somehow we could get here without chasing down the carriage. All right, so at 25 Northwest, we learn about Arthur Gallimore is the person he knows. Wiggins recognizes. He's the thin one, and then there's a big fat guy at the other end of the stage, Mr. Tambo, who's, I believe, been called is the heavy one. And then Arthur is shouting at the manager, saying, this guy who's playing Mr. Tambo nearly missed the entire show. So he's the person who just arrived in time. The person who's playing Mr. Tambo. He's telling his manager, Lawrence, I've had enough. He left a pile of his clothes right in the corridor trying to get on stage, I guess, or get off stage. They're talking about how it's the fat suit, I guess. And he's saying here's a better actor he wants to play the new role to take over Harry Kenyon. But what's the name of the guy that he's complaining about? Is it Mr. Tambo, or that's the role he's playing? That's the role he's playing. So he's not referring to this guy's name, so we don't know his name. And Lawrence is the manager, but we only have his first name. Well, I suppose we could talk to Gallimore. We could try to find him at his house. It's a strange situation where And what did we get to? We circled F. Circle F. Yeah, Anna says, check the newspaper. That's a good idea. So if we're chasing to find out who this guy is that the police were chasing after, we want to find this actor who was playing Mr. Tambo. That's our proximal mission at this point. The two people we might speak to if we can't find it in the paper is Arthur Gallimore, who's our friend, and the only other person we have their full name of is Harry Kenmore, the replacement actor. He says, let's see, I have been speaking with Harry Kenyon, so it's very possible that this person will know whose role he's going to take over. So, okay, we could consider that, but let's go back to the paper and see if we see any ad for this. Maybe we can find an ad for this performance. We still don't know why we're chasing this guy, but let's see if we can't find an ad for this performance at the St. James. Is this our show? Yes, it is. Okay, let's read this. Moore and Burgess, minstrels, for many years past acknowledged by the public and the whole of the leading journals of Great Britain as one of the great and legitimate minstrel company of the world, St. James Hall, Piccadilly. All the year round, every night at 8, Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays at 3 and 8. Important notice, there is no person living connected with the minstrel company whose real name is Charles Christie. What does that mean? Okay, I don't know what this is about. Although we do occasionally see in the paper people saying like so-and-so is not related to not involved in my company. It's like the newspapers were where they disassociated themselves with certain people. All right, well, this doesn't really help us. Any other articles about... Oh, yes, here's a letter to the paper about the minstrels. Let's see. Sir, it was my great pleasure to witness a traveling troupe of minstrels entertaining at the manor of Lord Howe. Their faces, at first disconcerting, were soon simply part of the spectacle, and the hilarious characters shone through. It is not a form of entertainment I have previously experienced, but would encourage others to indulge should they wish an evening of high entertainment. I should like to thank Lord Howe for his amusing take on entertaining, and I look forward to being his host again should he choose to invite me, which I very much hope he does. J.D. Smithy. Well, if this was our traveling troupe, we might talk to Lord Howe about it to see if we can't find the name of that actor, but not sure why we would expect this troupe to be a traveling troupe. They seem to be settled down in St. James Hall. All right. Any theories from the chat as to how you want to attack this case? Jonathan Warner says, it would be funny if at some point the original carriage we were chasing turned a corner, but this carriage was also speeding and we chased the wrong one. We stopped at the wrong one. Yes, it's an interesting point, although it would be a pretty big coincidence that this guy was obviously racing here and came to a stop. Hey, what about something that we didn't consider? What about chasing the other end of the carriage route? Like, think about it. The cab goes by our 221B Baker Street with the whistle, and we just got on its trail to catch it. But would it not be logical for us to back up and trace backwards to find out where the cab is coming from? Where the police got on its trail? Isn't that an important part of understanding what's happening? Let's see if we can't do that. So it turned left on Blandford Street. So it was either coming down this block or this block. We don't know which one. If it was coming down this block, we would expect 43 to have caught it. If it was coming down this block, 44 might be our best bet. So maybe 44 could have seen it in both directions, and so 44 might be a first place to check. And then if we don't see it at 44, we could try to get a little closer. So let's try 44. 44 Northwest. Let's see if we can catch it from behind. Okay, very interesting. We make our way north of 221B Baker Street to find a crowd gathered to watch a large fire, which is in the process of consuming a small building attached to the Marleybone workhouse across the road. The plot is thickening right in front of us. The Metropolitan Fire Brigade is in the process of attempting to quench the flames, but with limited success. Captain Shaw himself is leading the efforts, and cries of "his brigade with cold cascade" can be heard from some ladies in the crowd. We push our way through the crowd towards the police officer, trying to keep the press of people a safe distance away. "Stand back, I tell you, the roof were to collapse. Who knows how? Oh, Wiggins, is it? Sherlock Holmes' lackey." We prefer the term associates, but yes, replies Wiggins. Can we lend a hand? Without waiting for a reply, he directs Ozzie, Elliot, and Alfie to keep people back while he asks questions. "We heard a police whistle earlier. Was that from you?" "Yeah, it's another Obadiah." "A what?" "An Obadiah fire." "Well, clearly," Wiggins replies, eyeing the flames protruding from the windows. "Yeah, but this time we have a suspect." "Oh, you've arrested someone?" "Well, no, but I almost caught him." "Could you tell us everything, please, in detail, if you don't mind?" The officer looks round, sees the crowds being kept back efficiently, and sighs. "Oh, fine. I was patrolling along Marleybone Road, and as I turned into York Place, I heard a lady's scream coming from that building. Loud and long it was, proper scared. I hurried over, and just as I reached the door, it burst open, knocking me onto my arse. I reached up to grab him, but only caught his weasel. Can't have been very good, 'cause the pocket ripped off in me hand here." He hands us the remains of a brown coat pocket, a burnt cork, and a piece of paper. And there's the piece of paper. Very interesting, actually. Looks like it's got some watermark and the number 1373 and some ink and handwriting. This watermark is very interesting to me. I can almost make it out. We'll have to look at it more. It seems like it goes through this whole paper, like it's not quite watermark, but something else. And 1373, I don't know, but let's continue reading. So Wiggins says, "What about the woman?" "Oh, she's over there," he says, pointing to a disheveled young woman sitting in the road. We approach her and gently introduce ourselves. "My name's Wiggins. The officer asked us to take care of you." Wiggins punctuates his lie with a wave to the policeman, who waves back, giving credence to our misdirection. That's pretty smart. "What's your name, miss?" "Rose, sir. She's younger than we had originally thought. Now we are close enough to see past the soot." And what do you do, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, I'm the scullery maid, sir. Well, kinda. Ma'am gives me a penny to clean up a bit, you know. Can you tell us the purpose of that building that's on fire? It's the orphanage, sir. Part of the workhouse. Ma'am runs it for the masters. She's ever so strict. Strict, mind, but if you do well, she can often place you in a house. Very proud of that. We all is. She's got lists and lists of all the kids she's found homes for. Keeps an eye on 'em even when they're all growed up. Grown, I mean. Sorry, sir. She told us last week that Ari just got made under butler to the Partridge family. She even got a maid in the palace, so she tells it. I'd hope that if I did good for her, well, sorry, she might be able to place me too, but if it's all burned down, she descends into sobs. There, I'm sure it will be all right in the end, Wiggins consoles her. Can you explain what happened, please, in as much detail as you can? Yes, sir, if you say so, sir. Well, I was emptying the rat traps in the basement. I hates doing that, but Ma'am insists, so she does. Anyways, I was doing that, and I heard a crash from upstairs. Scared me something, it did. So I crept back upstairs, cautious-like, and saw this man emptying out Ma'am's drawers. Couldn't help myself, I screamed. Anyways, he trips over himself, shouts at me, then runs out the door. When I got the courage to come back up, the whole place was on fire. I'd still be there if Captain Shaw hadn't pulled me out himself. Did all the children get out? Oh, Ma'am took them all to Madame Tussaud's. They're not here. You'd have to ask her if she left any behind. Well, that's one thing to be glad about, perhaps. Perhaps we should check. And then it says, circle the letter T. And then it says, if you haven't read C, read the following. So I guess it's an alternate way to get here. We got C just by tracing down the carriage. So it's weird that there are so many places, I guess, if you go backwards. But it's weird that it just doesn't assume we have C. Okay, so let's just make a note here that at this location, 44 Northwest, is the note, the burned note, that he ripped off the whole pocket of this guy's coat. Burnt cork also. We've got the remains of his pocket, a burnt cork, which presumably is how he somehow started this arson, maybe? And a piece of paper. Just going to note here, we've got burnt cork and brown jacket. And then we think probably this actor might be our criminal, because he was in the carriage that this police officer was chasing. And then Madame Tussaud's is where the other women got, where the woman brought the other kids. So if maybe we want to talk to those other kids, we would go there. And that's where we'd find the madam. Building attached to the Marleybone Workhouse across the road. So let's just see where let's just make sure we know where that is. So we traced the activity down back to 44. And then close-up cameras not going quite as far. So this is where I guess the fire was. We went here. And the fire is here. We could try to go directly there. I'm not sure. It seems like it's interesting that we got all this information here instead of here. But if it's at a house attached to here, it seems like we should go here, right? Let's just see what happens if we go to 45 Northwest. If there's a separate entry for that. Okay, so this is as you might expect. 45 Northwest just says go to 44 Northwest. Doesn't count. This one doesn't count. Okay, so 45 is just the same as 44. And you could see another hint about scoring optimally being part of the designer's thinking for this game. He's saying don't count this against you if you go here. Okay, so I'll just mark that we've been there. All right, so we found the start of this, and it is worth pausing and listening to this point that Jonathan says, great catch, Jesse, for backing up. Okay, let's see what else the chat says. In the ad, it was Moore and Burgess minstrels, their names maybe. John says, I'm for interviewing the other orphans. Anna says, what about this man who has all these orphans and keeping track of them? There was something about their parentage. She's placing them in the from the orphanage in these houses. And he was rummaging through the drawers. Sounded like he was robbing the place, but he was robbing the place full of orphans? I mean, not full of orphans, but the other kids were in there. Now, what about this little note that we can barely make out? First of all, I want to see this 173. I'm always suspicious about... So the newspaper that we're reading from today, the Times, is number 30,758. So that's not a newspaper cut. What do you see there? You can sort of make out. This looks like it's... Let's look up close. What can we read any of that letterhead? It looks like maybe this word here is brothers. But I'm having a hard time making out what this is. Like BRO is what we've got here. This might be William Brothers. Could that be William? Like, I think I see an LLIAM. ILLIAM. That makes me think it's William Brothers. But what's the rest of it? Like, the markings go down into here, too. Not sure what the hell those are. Is it some sort of receipt? Maybe a tailor? Anna says she was thinking maybe he was looking for information, not trying to rob them. Is he looking for information? Is this what all of the fires are about? Let me just look for Williams Brothers and see if there is such a place and what it is, if we can find it. I see a Cynthia Williams. That seems unlikely to be our case. What would he have in his pocket that would be Williams Brothers? Would it be a stationer? I like your idea that he was looking for information. Stationers, we have Fisher, Duckett, Vickers, Gillett. So that doesn't seem right. Theaters, no. What about tailors? Tailors, doesn't match any tailor. Pawnbrokers? No. Jewelers, maps, Howard Markets. I thought for sure I was gonna catch that. Well, okay. I don't see any Williams brothers. Or any brothers, for that matter. Would fabric tear like that? It sounded like he grabbed the pocket and ripped, as he was running away and ripped it off. I guess he'll be wanting the contents of his... let's see, what does he say? He reached up to grab him. He burst through the door. He grabbed him, only caught his weasel. I don't know what that means. It's his jacket, I guess. Can't have been very good. Couldn't have been very good, well-made jacket, because the pocket just ripped off. That could be his name, William. Let me just look up someone named B-R-O-S. B-R-O-S. The only thing I have is Louis Broussard. That doesn't make sense. That's not our William. Okay, I don't know. We'll have to come back to it. Jonathan says, check my comment. Let's see. Cockney rhyming slang. All right, weasel with what then? Jonathan says, it looks more like fabric than paper to me. You think this is... You're thinking that this is the fabric of the pocket lining? No, this is the piece of paper. It says brown coat pocket, burnt cork, and a piece of paper. This is the piece of paper. Weasel and stoat is coat. Okay, so it is Cockney rhyming slang, which I love. I happen to love the idea of the Cockney rhyming slang, where you refer to something by a word that rhymes with the word. So instead of saying my friend, my mate, you say my old china plate. So that's what he was saying. Weasel and stoat is coat. Okay. All right, we don't know about this yet. Maybe paper might have an ad from someone from that company. Nothing jumps out. Whoa, wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. What's this? W. Thompson, purveyor of secondhand jewelry and items under new management, now Williams Brothers, 7 Titchfield. That's Williams Brothers. W. Thompson, purveyor of secondhand jewelry items, is now under new management. Now Williams Brothers, 7 Titchfield. I think this is a big lead we got here. All right. Seems like I'm on my A game today. Let's take our first break. We'll come back and maybe we'll pursue that and we'll try to find this woman who's running these orphans into the dirt. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, and we've got a good lead here. The letterhead found, the piece of paper found in his coat pocket looked like it might say Williams Brothers. It was pretty faint, but if you look at it, you can see, right, easier to see probably if we do it this way. Right there. Looks like it might be Liambros. And then, sure enough, in the paper, there's a note about a new W. Thompson jewelry is now under new management of Williams Brother at 7 Titchfield. So if we look up jewelers in the directory, are we going to find Thompson Jewelers at that specific address? Jewelers. So there's no Thompson in Jewelers. I thought that was going to would have been a shortcut to the address. It looks like we're just going to have to find 7 Titchfield on our map. All right, well, we know how to do that. Let's see. Let's find the 7s. So there's a 7 in EC neighborhood. You can't see that because the close-up camera is not catching it. But that doesn't look like our Titchfield. So what about 7 down here in this corner? No. Okay, what about Southwest 7? Or Southwest 7 is down here by Pall Mall. That doesn't look like it. How about WC? Where's our 7 here? A little hard to see again. I'm not sure why the close-up camera is not able to see that. I guess it's a little bit off the map. Okay, well, that's not our Titchfield here. What about here? I think we've got it. Okay, so there's where Williams and Brother Jewelry Store is. 7 Northwest off Titchfield. So let's take ourselves there and see what we can see. See if they can tell us about this guy's note, if it's a pickup slip or who had it. 7 Northwest. If you have circled the letter T, read the following. Well, we haven't circled the letter T, so we don't get to read it. That's a little odd. Feels like... And Tina says we have. Have we circled a T? Not according to my notes. I have a C and an F. We have a T, says Ginny. Okay, so did I failed to write it down? Where did we get the T? Thank God someone's reminding me because I was going to complain about it. Everyone is saying we have the T. Where did we get the T that I did not write it down? From the fire? From 44? Let me just check it. 44 says circle the letter T. Okay. All right, you're right. We got it. It's when we got the note. All right. I was going to complain that the author of the game wanted us to have a circled letter that we shouldn't have to need. But okay, so we had the T. So we can actually read it. So I did not write down in my notes that I should have circled the T. All right, good catch from the audience. Okay, so we have circled the T, so we do get to read it. Here we go. Williams Brothers Pawnbrokers is a startling place. Walls are lined with shelves overflowing with interesting objects of unknown purpose that nevertheless call out to be picked up and examined, stuffed animal heads and musical instruments. Racks of coats cover the floor, boxes of hats, scarves, and gloves fight for space with furniture of varying quality, crates of sporting equipment, and unusually a stuffed deer. Fighting our way to the counter on which trays of silver and gold rings, necklaces, and brooches sit, we present the partial slip we have in our possession. "What's this?" the bespectacled man behind the counter asks. "Well, we'd hoped you'd be able to tell us." "Well, looks like one of my slips that's been ripped to pieces. I can tell you now, I'm not honoring that. Bring me the whole thing and an explanation on why you shredded it, and I might consider it, but that, no chance, no chance." Might you tell us which item this refers to?" "No, I might not. I ain't about to tell you what it is so you can go make up a fresh slip and try to get cheap what I paid good money for. Either the correct owner comes to claim what is his and pays me the money what is mine, or you keep standing there wasting my time and I call for a constable. Now clear off." Could you even tell us how much?" "No, clear off, I tell you." "Thank you for your help," Wiggins says sheepishly. "What help? Bugger off." Boy, that guy does not want to be helpful. All right. That was quite interesting. It looked like it was going to be too easy for a minute there, that we were going to find out who this man was right away. This pawn shop owner does not want to give us any information. Kind of strange. I guess the idea... It's interesting. Not everyone understands how a pawn shop works, what the idea of a pawn shop is. It might be worth sort of reiterating what a bizarre concept a pawn shop is. Pawn shop, you go in, you say, "I've got this guitar, it's been in my family for 100 years, but I really need money to pay the rent." And the pawn shop guy says, "All right, I'll give you $100. You're pawning your guitar. You know it's worth a lot more than 100, but you need 100 right away." So you agree, and your plan is you'll come back within 30 days and pay the 100 back plus some interest, and you'll get your guitar back. So you don't worry too much that the guitar is worth a lot more than 100, because you're not planning to sell it for 100. You're just getting a $100 loan and you'll come pick it up. But the pawn shop is hoping that a certain percentage of people will fall on hard times and never come back and claim their item, or that the interest charges will keep going up, and that they'll get away with a very expensive item that they only had to pay $100 for. So it's a little bit of a shady business in terms of hoping people don't come and claim their stuff, and often people pawning their stuff and reclaiming it over and over and over again, just barely scraping by. Okay, so back to our question of where to go next. Chat channel says, "Anything around the pawn shop on the map jump out?" Not really. I mean, you have a good point. This person, you would think, might live around the pawn shop. If that's the pawn shop that he pawns stuff at, you might think he might live around the pawn shop. Let's keep that in mind if we find some suspect. Other than that, we've got to decide where to go next. Anna says, "How about we visit that Lord Howe, where the minstrels came to visit?" So the only reason we think he might be involved in our case is because some traveling troupe of minstrels visited him. I don't even know why we should think that our minstrels were traveling troupe, but we could certainly visit Lord Howe just for the fun of it to see if he's related. All right, let's look up Lord Howe. And you guys can chime in your other theories. Okay, so I don't see a Lord Howe. So Lord Howe, at least I don't see it under W. Maybe it's under L. I can't remember if the lords are given their what. No, okay, I don't see a Lord Howe. We could talk to the person who wrote the letter, but maybe it's just pointing us to more minstrels. What about, why are they saying this person, Charles Christie, is not involved? That's a very weird thing. Moore and Burgess minstrels. You might expect we could find a Moore or a Burgess. Talk to them about their minstrel. We've got Moore and Burgess, 96 WC. So the company running these minstrels is in the directory. Shall we visit there? Maybe we can find out who's playing this part. 96 WC. Let's try that. Moore and Burgess. (96 WC). The offices of the Moore and Burgess minstrels turn out to be a singular room above a theater shared with a dancing troupe, a music hall promoter, and a ventriloquist. "Can I help you, gentlemen?" asks a man in an ostentatious tailcoat. "I doubt it," answers a voice to our left. We look around, startled, but can only see a wooden duck looking back at us. "Sorry, gentlemen, gotta keep my hand in. I'm Gilbert S. Thompson, ventriloquist and entertainer extraordinaire. Are you perhaps looking for an individual to astound and amaze guests at a dinner party, perhaps?" "No," replies Wiggins. "We're looking for the Moore and Burgess minstrels." "Oh." Gilbert looks a little crestfallen. "Lawrence ain't here. He went to watch his troupe at St. James Hall." "Told you so," quacks the duck. So the duck is a little smart aleck. That's pretty funny. Okay, so this was a nothing lead. It just points us to Lawrence, who we already heard from at the St. James Hall where they're performing. All right. Let's mark that on the map regardless. 96. So where is their office? 96 over there. All right. Let's try the Madame Tussaud. Yes, let's find Madame Tussaud. What was her? We found them at 44. I just need to find her spelling here. The Madame places them. Madame Tussauds, Tuss. So maybe it's under MA. Madame Tussauds, 46 Northwest. I see. So right across the street from where the fire was. All right. So 46 Northwest, which is right up here. There's Madame Tussauds. It's even labeled on the map as Madame Tussauds. You can't really see it on that If it's not in the close-up, it's hard to read, but that says Madame Tussauds. Okay, well, let's go there. Let's talk to her. Okay, if you circled the letter T, you can read this, which we have. That was the fire. We pay to enter and swiftly move round the museum, barely looking at the waxwork faces. Finally, we find a group of children observing the figure of Madame Tussaud herself. A stern woman whose iron-gray hair is held in a tight bun is lecturing them. "Excuse me," interrupts Wiggins, "are you from the orphanage attached to the Marleybone workhouse?" "One does not interrupt an elder when they are talking, especially when they are teaching others. It is both impolite and sets a poor example for my charges. If you would speak with me, I would have you wait for the appropriate juncture." She sniffs. "Our time here is limited, doubly so due to the antics of James, whose idea of appropriate behavior extends to throwing Ronald's shoes onto the roof, causing us to lose more than an hour in searching for them. And no, you have not heard the last of this, James, and are lucky I did not leave you behind. However, it is not often that such an opportunity arises, and it does the children good to know the faces of some of the most prominent members of history and current society. Now, where was I? Oh dear, I've lost the thread of my thoughts. Very well, gentlemen, how may I assist you?" "I'm sorry to have interrupted," demurs a somewhat intimidated Wiggins. "We simply wish to know if you are of the orphanage." "Indeed, we are the orphanage, but we are here perfectly legitimately. While my budget does not normally extend to taking the entirety of my charges on educational excursions, we are fortunate to receive occasional donations from philanthropists and even former residents who have worked hard, risen through the ranks, and chosen to repay in part for everything that was done for them. Something it would behoove you to remember, James, should I ever find a family foolish enough to take you into service." "And it was a former resident that has funded this visit?" "Well, on this occasion, no. We were funded by a very generous donation of tickets from Lord Goodwin, not the gentleman I have had the pleasure of conversing with personally, but this may well pave the way to allowing me to place one of my charges with them if we can maintain relations, and it would be a poor return of his generosity if we were to squander this educational experience. So if you will please excuse us, good day. But we need to—" "I said good day, sir." Circle the letter G. Okay, so 46 Northwest, which was Madame Tussaud. Circle G, which seems like it's for Lord Goodwin. All right, let's give ourselves a G. So Lord Goodwin has donated funding. I'm not sure why that would be relevant to our case in the slightest. There's some theories in the chat. Let's see. Someone sent them in there in order for the house to be empty. Looks like our burglar wanted them out of the house. I see. Your theory is that I wasn't even making that connection. You're saying it's an interesting, suspicious coincidence that someone bought them tickets to go see the wax museum, and then the place was being robbed. I see. So maybe someone wanted them out of the house, which now gives us a reason why we would want to talk to Lord Goodwin, who we're suspicious about. Okay, that's clever. Tickets for all of them, I see. All right. Then let us find Lord Goodwin and see what he has to say for himself. You think he's going to claim he didn't buy these tickets? 73 Northwest is Lord Goodwin. I mean, is he in on it, or is he going to claim that he did not indeed buy them tickets? But also, we're chasing someone who's poor and pawning stuff. He wouldn't have money to send them all to this woman. So maybe he's hired them, a thief. All right, let's try it. Let's follow up. Let's see what he has to say for himself. 73 Northwest. I mean, I have 73 Northwest circled. Oh, this was our first place we went to. On our way chasing the carriage, we came to 73 Northwest. The carriage went by there. And remember, we read something about how the guy points to where the carriage, but then it also said if you have the letter T and G circled, which we now do. So now we get to read this other stuff. We are greeted at the door by an elderly butler who takes one look at us and informs us that service people should make themselves known at the servants' entrance and closes the door before we can object. Making our way round to the servants' entrance, we notice that the windows are all shuttered. After a brief pause, the same butler greets us at the door, sniffs, and declares that as the master is not in, our services are not required, and moves to close the door again. Prepared this time, Wiggins stops him with a carefully placed boot. We're investigating the fires that have occurred across the city, and our investigation has led us to Lord Goodwin. I wonder, can you tell us about him? Lord Harold Goodwin passed away a week ago. Any suggestion that he was involved in such an illegal occupation is slanderous, and I will have you before the magistrates should you continue to besmirch his good name. Well, we had been led to believe that Lord Goodwin paid for an educational excursion for an entire orphanage, and I was wondering whether you could expand upon why he did this. The late master was not above acts of charity such as you describe. I believe he treated it as a matter of noblesse oblige. And when was the last time he performed such a generous act? Well, he did these things all the time. He was a good and generous master. But did he give this donation specifically, this one specifically? I was not the master of my master's coin, but I would not be surprised that one of his last acts would be to arrange such a treat for poor, unfortunate children. In fact, I am sure he would have done exactly that. Yes, I am almost certain he must have. Do you happen to have any receipts or documents? I am not about to go riffling through my master's delicate documents. Besides, the solicitor is taking care of them until such time as the will is read. Do you happen to have the name of the solicitor? No. That is to say, it is not my business to be handing out details of my master's business. I think you should take your leave. Disappointed, we make our way out of the house, escorted by an eagle-eyed butler determined that we not walk off with the family silver. He slams the door behind us. Before we can walk 5 paces, a young man, perhaps in his early teenage years, stops us. You ain't upsetting old Eddie, are ye? He hasn't been doing well since Lord Goodwin passed, and is a bit lost, if you know what I mean. Small wonder, given the circumstances. The circumstances? Well, yeah, he's no idea if he will still have a home and a job after the will is read. None of us do. Are you a member of the household staff? Well, yes. Well, no. I was the boot boy, but got too old for the job. Edward may be a bit stuck up, but he knows what is what and made sure I didn't starve when I finished up. Kind of returning the favor, bringing him his dinner, but I'm running late. Stayed around to watch the fire. Sad to see the old place burn down. So you were involved with the orphanage? Well, I wouldn't say involved, but I did spend some time there. It was a good place, as these places go. I mean, the harridan that runs the place could at least try and be a comfort, but, well, she hammers in enough manners to give us a chance of getting work, which is more than most orphanages do. I mean, some of us even keep in touch, meet up once in a while, have a drink, share tales of our triumphs and tragedies. Sally even offered to put a good word in for me at her work. Speaking of which, I need to get the old man fed. He gets mighty cranky when he's hungry. Yeah, we know. Okay, and then there's a repeat if we have G circled but not T. Well, So Goodwin is dead. The butler says he's pretty sure that this guy would have paid for this. But we're suspicious that it was just a matter of charity. I like how he sends us to the servant's door, and then when we get to the servant's door, he meets us there and he tells us our services are not needed. Okay, he passed away a week ago. So Goodwin died 1 week ago. Should write it in my notes here. Died 1 week ago. All right, and then he says, I'm not going to go through his documents. The solicitor has taken care of them. And then we ask him for the name of the solicitor, and he says, that's none of your business. One of the things that seems consistent in this case is people not wanting to give us information. It's interesting. Sometimes we do these cases and we're surprised at how forthcoming everyone is to us. In this case, they're a little more reticent, at least not the fireman guy, but the other people are. But so he doesn't even tell us who the solicitor is. If he died a week ago, did we miss an article in the paper about him? I wonder. The butler seems suspicious until this guy told us about him, that he's a pretty good guy after all. He's just nervous because his master died. I wonder now, in terms of solicitor, I wonder if it's worth scanning the paper to see if there's any news of his death. What do we see? Let's look at this. Tramps commit murder. Let's make sure this isn't about Goodwin. East Halston Station House was broken into this morning, 2 o'clock, by 5 tramps who murdered the night operator, escaped with £300. Posse of officers are in pursuit of the men. New Bridge. How about deaths? 6th of August, peacefully at his residence, Lord Harold Goodwin, aged 63 years. On the 11th of August, in a tragic accident, John Shaw of Bracknell. 6th of August, yeah, it's about a week ago, but peacefully in his sleep. No mention of reading of the will, no mention of solicitor. Oh, wait a second. Notice is hereby given that the last will and testament of Lord Harold Goodwin shall be read at 6:30 in the offices of Rory Epson's solicitor. Any relatives of the deceased unknown are encouraged to come forward. All right. So Rory Epsom's solicitor. We found the solicitor. All right. Makes sense that we should chase down this lead, and then we should chase down some of the fires, which is what Anna was saying. I think that might make sense. But let's keep following this lead. Let's find Rory Epsom's solicitor. Rory Epsom's. Well, it's in the northwest neighborhood, so that makes sense. That was going to be our fallback. Our fallback was going to be to maybe look for solicitors in the neighborhood. So, Rory Epsom, 69 Northwest. Okay, let's mark that. And where was 73 Northwest, which we've already been to? Okay. Okay, so just down the block, 69 Northwest. We approach the office of Rory Epsom's, but are told that he has just received an urgent telegram and has had to leave. If we wish to see him, we should return at 6:30. And that's it. Urgent telegram, huh? Can we go to the telegram office? Any thoughts about the weirdness of this urgent telegram? Is that something that we should follow up on? There is a telegram office, I'm quite sure. Telegraph office 737 EC. Should we try to chase down that telegraph? Doesn't seem relevant. I suppose while we're following this, we might as well follow this through. Okay, so there's no 37 EC. So that looks like a dead end. It's interesting, we've hit some dead ends here. I mean, Ward Goodwin died peacefully. It sounds like someone might just be pretending that it's from him. And that he's not involved in our case at all, and so we don't care about his will or anything. It's the actor we should be trying to chase on. So, I thought someone poorer might be impersonating Lord Goodwin, had to pawn stuff. So, basically, Lord Goodwin's not involved at all. Let's try to find who this actor was who showed up late. We had a couple ways to try to chase that person down, right? We had the name of the actor who wanted him fired, who worked alongside him, and we had the name of his replacement. Let's try talking to his replacement, Henry Kenmore. Let's see if he knows who he was replacing. Okay, I don't have any Henry Kenmore. Did I write it down wrong? And then we have an Arthur Gallimore. Check him first. Not sure I wrote those down well. Let me try again. So we met them 25 Northwest, according to my maps. All right, let's take a look at this again. Arthur Gallimore is the person Wiggins knows. So if I look up Gallimore, he's not in the directory. So we can't visit him independently. All right. Mr. Bones and Mr. Tambo, these are the this is the characters, not their real names. So they get involved, they start singing, da 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 da. Lawrence is the guy who owns this troupe. I have been speaking with Harry Kenyon, worked under Poole and Zanto. Maybe we can find him that way, if we can't find him directly. Okay. Poole and Zanto. Okay, so if we can't find Kenmore, and I don't see a Kenmore, what about then Poole and Zanto? Poole and Company. Any mention of Poole and Zanto in the paper? Would it be under Poole and Zanto? How about, is that a theater? I mean, it could be Poole and Company. What about Zanto? There's no entry for Zanto. Should we double check the cab logs? We certainly could check the cab logs. Anna says, what if Lawrence is a last name? Do we know the locations of the other fires? We could check to see if there's a correlation. All right, let's make a list of our to-do lists. One is to find Poole and Zanto. Locations of other fires from the newspaper. We could check the cab logs. We could check other informants, right? Like Lestrade, to find out more about these places. Could we check the fire department? Could we visit the fire department to learn some more? Let's see, is there a fire? Don't see any fireplace directly in there. Kind of weird that we can't track down these other actors, since that seems like it would be the most likely place to find out this guy's name. Excellent pedigree, worked under Poole and Zanto. I'm going to quickly just check up these Poole locations, and then we'll do some of your ideas here. So if I look up Pool and Company, it's 10 EC, and Richard Pool is 56 WC. So let me just try 10 EC, 56 WC. Let me just see if I can find out who knows this guy. 10 EC is not an entry, and 56 WC is not an entry. Okay, so I couldn't find them by looking for Pool and Company. So going back to the paper, let's look at our fires. Maybe we can get more information about one of the other fires. Jonathan says, I'm wondering if the whole speeding cab going by our window wasn't just a coincidence and the whole theater is just a red herring. We heard a whistle, saw a speeding cab, made an assumption. It's an interesting idea. All right, let me put this on our list. Recheck cab. Our guy told us he observed the cab come streaming down the street and then rushed to a halt. So it's possible that there was two cabs that got confused, yes. But you'd think we'd want to run down that actor to verify it. Like if we could see that it wasn't his jacket, etc. I mean, you're absolutely right. There could be a mix-up with that cab. We could try to track down. And so it'd be a little shame that we couldn't rule him out by reaching him, though. But we could reread it. Okay, let me just check in here with the chat. Smithy, who praised them, could know their names. John says the whistle was about the fire. No one said the cab was involved. What did the cop say? He ripped the jacket. So it could be a complete coincidence of the cab. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, could be a complete coincidence. What does our guy say? What does our cop say after he rips the jacket off him, after the pocket? Hurried over, reached the door, it burst open. The guy ran out. He just managed to grab his jacket. Then he sends us to the scullery maid. She says, where's the rest of the orphans? At Toussaint's. He was emptying out Ma'am's drawers. He screams. He trips over himself, shouts at me, runs out the door. The place was on fire. That's it. So no mention of him getting into a cab, no mention of him giving chase. All right. How about the other fires? Let's see what we know about them. The Metropolitan Fire Brigade were called upon, this time in Lower Thames Street. Fires the 6th The first, a needle factory on Tooley Street. Properties on Byward Street, McGuire Street, Bankside, and Hopton Street have also mysteriously caught fire. Captain Shaw of the Metropolitan Fire Brigade said, while such accidents could occur, make yourself known to Scotland Yard. All right, so Byward Street, McGuire Street, Bankside, and Hopton have mysteriously caught fire. The first time in Lower Thames Street. This fire is the 6th. First is a needle factory on Tooley Street. We could try to find these places. Is there a needle factory in our directory? Not really. Could we, are these streets short enough that we could locate them? Not Lower Thames, that's too long. But what about Tooley Street, Byward Street, Bankside, and Hopton? Are they all in the right place? Captain Shaw is the guy we were talking to right outside the fire. So I'm not sure what good it is to talk to him at his home if we wanted to find him, but I guess we could see if he's got a home address. So G.R. Shaw is, and then there's a John Bennett Shaw. Two Shaws. Which ones do we know which one we care about? He's the guy we were talking to, Captain Shaw. All right, well, if we want to try to talk to him at his house, we've got two candidate Shaws. '79 WC and 69 Northwest, which seems like near our fire, so that might be the one he's at. What about finding these? So we don't have the exact addresses, but I wonder if we couldn't Byward and McGuire. I mean, we could try to find those locations on our map. But I wonder if we wouldn't be better off going to Scotland Yard to get more information about it. It would be interesting if all the fires were happening at places related to the orphanage, where orphans worked. Without an address, we just have to find these streets. I'm not sure that's the best use of our time at the moment. Unless they're all in the same area. Here's Upper Thames Street. Where's Lower Thames Street? Here's Lower Thames Street, where one of the fires happened. So Lower Thames Street only has 2 addresses on it of relevance to us. So if there was if the first fire, no, the most recent fire was at Lower Thames, this time in Lower Thames. So we could check out these 2 locations to see what they can tell us about the fire, if there was any pattern we should know about. Are the other streets near here? Wasn't one of the other places on Tooley Street, which is right down here? Needle Factory on Tooley Street. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. The recent fire was here in Lower Thames, and then there was another fire on Tooley Street. Hopton, McGuire, Bankside. Are those going to be also nearby? There's Bankside here. Another fire was on Bankside. Seems like all the fires are happening here in this commercial district, which is very far away from our fire that we've just found. That's suspicious. So Tooley Street by the bridge station. Lower Thames was one. Bankside was another. Don't know where the others were though. Let's see what the chat says. Wait a minute. Maybe it's our hint our fire was not by the same arsonist. Yeah. Yeah, it might be time to start visiting some informants. I'm tempted to just go down to the Lower Thames and see if they can tell us anything about the fire here. I'm gonna go to these 2 locations on Lower Thames Street where the most recent fire was and see if anyone has anything to say at 15 or 88 EC, and then maybe we'll here's 15 EC. We find ourselves at the wreckage of what was once a small bakery. All the excitement has died down with the extinguishing of the flames. There's very little to see. We step into the husk of the blackened building, but cannot determine the source of the fire. Wiggins is briefly excited by finding a small pile of cigarette ends across the street, but we realize there's nothing remarkable about them, and they may not have anything to do with the fire. Disappointed, we leave. All right. And then 88 was the other place that I was thinking was related to the fire. Doors of the Watt Street Mission are wide open, and a fog of mixed smells greets us as we enter. Bleach from the scrubbed floors, incense from Friday afternoon prayers, lingering odor of the ever-bubbling stew pot, sweat from huddled bodies, smoke from their daily habit, and an overwhelming smell of desperation. Elderly woman looks up at us from where she's preparing a meal in the largest pot we've ever seen. I'm sorry, gentlemen, you'll have to come back after 6 if you want any food. No, thank you, ma'am, replies Wiggins kindly. We aren't here to add to your good works. We just wondered whether you might have seen anything last night." "Oh, the fire? Tragic that was. Terrible, terrible." "Indeed, but did you notice anything or anyone unusual?" "Well, the police asked me that, and I can't tell you more than I did them. This place is always busy in the evenings. I make a good stew with what little we can gather for those less fortunate, and if I can gather those poor unfortunates by doing so, and it brings them to hear the Lord's word, and I'm doing the best I can." "You certainly are," says Wiggins, putting on his most charming smile. "And so nothing out of the ordinary occurred, apart from the fire, I mean to say?" "No, can't think of anything. I did ask a couple of gentlemen to move on, as they were trying to sell cigarettes to my boys. Filthy habit that too many of them waste good money on. If they have money to burn, then they should donate it to the mission that feeds them, rather than buy cigarettes, no matter how inexpensive." "And do you often have to move such people on?" "No, not really." "And do you have a description of the gentlemen?" They were no gentlemen, I can assure you of that. But then, I didn't actually see them myself. Just heard young Billy talking about them, so I had Father O'Connell invite them in or move them on. He came back alone, so I presume they chose the latter." "Thank you, ma'am." So Father O'Connell was the one who talked to these two gentlemen. Boy, it's hard to see how this is relevant to our case. But it is cigarettes. But where did we, I'm sorry, why is it cigarettes again? Why are cigarettes playing a role again? I mean, if we wanted to talk to Father O'Connell to get a description of these gentlemen, we could, but boy, it just doesn't seem... So we've got a Thomas O'Connell at 80 Southwest. Let me mark this place we just went to, where the most recent fire was at. She tells us about Father O'Connell, who I just have pointing to 80 Southwest. Don't see how that's relevant, really. I'm going to visit him just to see if he is a person we can visit. No, he's not. Yeah, okay, yeah. So there were cigarettes nearby the scene of the fire, and then there were cigarettes being sold across the street by some men. Where does she work? It's just... It was 88 EC. The Watt Street Mission. Friday afternoon prayers. Elderly woman. Father O'Connell, invite them in or move them along. Okay. So why can I not find Father O'Connell? Father O'Connell, I just have 40 south, 80 southwest, or 26 east. Well, only one of those is on the map, 80 southwest, and I looked that up and he's not there. The Watt Street mission is 88 EC. That's where we just were. I mean, maybe we should stay on this trail of the previous fires. So that was the most recent fire. We've also got one on Tooley Street at a needle factory. Where did we find Tooley Street was? I know it was near here. There's Bankside. I would be, if we found they all had cigarettes near it, we should ask Scotland Yard, yeah. Oh, Tooley Street was here. So there aren't really any addresses on Tooley Street except for the London Bridge Station, which might have seen something. Bankside. I noticed something. Here's Bankside, right? Where one of the fires was. And then here's Lower Thames, where one of the fire was, over here. This is Southwark Bridge, and I notice we do have an article about Southwark Bridge. So there's lots of fires happening near this bridge. Let's see if this is relevant for us. The first new bridge since the completion of the Southwark Bridge in 1819 is due to be given royal... since the Southwark Bridge. Past 10 years, the city has received almost 30 petitions to either widen London Bridge or construct a new bridge to facilitate the passage of nearly 1 million inhabitants, or a third of the total living in the metropolis, many of whom have had to make a journey of several miles in order to make a dry crossing over the river at London Bridge, or otherwise take a ferry. Following consultation with the engineer John Wolfe Barry, Horace Jones submitted 3 designs for consideration at the end of 1884, with 2 with a swing opening. Third was of the bascule type and a low-level road, together with a high-level walkway to be used by pedestrians when the bridge was open to ships. The Bridge House Estates Committee, with a recommendation from Barry, adopted the proposal for the bascule bridge with a cost of £750,000. Final site of the bridge will be decided today by a committee headed by Sir George Lewis. It is anticipated that the construction of the bridge will require the purchase and demolition of private property, the cost of which has caused some to question the economics of the plan. Could this be what's going on with our fires? Someone trying to somehow profit from this? I wonder if we should talk to Sir George Lewis. Engineer John Wolfe Barry and Horace Jones, who did the proposal. That's interesting. That might be a reason to burn things down. Maybe you could buy up the land cheap and then sell it to the government to make way for the bridge. Possible. $500 JWT says it's a numbered lead. Try 88 Southwest. In other words, the father's house was supposed to be at 80 Southwest. You think it's a misnumbered lead? Let's see. 88 Southwest. Father O'Connell is at the mission, a rather austere woman tells us. We've just come from there, replies Wiggins. Well, then he's most likely at church. Which? Wiggins asks, the closing door. Okay, so it looks like Father O'Connell, that was a little bit of a bug. Mislabeled location for him. We could find him at a church. What church, though? Well, you might expect either. Let's mark his location. I do wonder. The thing is, we thought it might be Southwark Bridge because that's where, I mean, London Bridge and Southwark Bridge are right next to each other. So maybe they are considering building a new bridge over in this one of these areas. And that's why they're burning things down to sort of lower the price of the property. It's an interesting idea. Okay, so 80 Southwest was really supposed to be 88 Southwest. So I'm going to mark that. And then we'll see if Father O'Connell, which I can't tell if this is just if we really should be pursuing this guy. But if you had to guess he worked at a church, you would either expect it's going to be a church near the mission down here. There are a bunch of churches we know. We've been there before. St. Paul's Cathedral is a close one. Or it would be a church near where he lives. We could try going to St. James Cathedral to see if that happens to be his church. Again, I'm not 100% sure it's worth our time tracking him down, but if he did see these two men, he could have a description of them. Let me try 28 EC. No, 28 EC is not an entry. That makes me think this is a loose end. Let's see, churches. Let's look for churches in EC. We've got St. Mary's at 19 EC. Well, 19 EC is right next to the mission house. St. Paul we went to. Scottish National. Let's try 19 EC, which is right next door at the customs house. Or 31 EC, which is also quite near. Let's see if we can't catch him at one of these. Okay, there's no 19, there's no 31, so it's not that. What about where he, church where he lives, which is in Southwest? No church. 17 Southwest and 88 Southwest. Oh, well, that's where we just went. We just went to the Westminster Chapel, and that's where we found him. Maybe he's at the Westminster Abbey then, 17 Southwest. So I'm going to check this, and then we're going to be done with him. Okay, well, there's no 17 because they start at 25. Okay, this is tricky. We're in a little bit of a dead end here. I can't find the father. We don't know if we should be trying to find the father. All right, well, let's take our break. We'll come back and we'll decide how we want to attack this next. We still got a couple leads. Maybe it's time to hit some informants. I think maybe that's the way to go. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've got the air conditioner going on. It's 30 degrees outside and the air conditioner is on. All right, the chat seems to have convinced itself that the fires are a total side case, not related. And they make a pretty convincing argument, I must agree. Let's see. Gunn says, I think the Ring of Arsons is a solvable side case. Don't think the orphanage will be related. And Tina agrees. The previous fires have nothing to do with the fire at the orphanage. Those were for land and the property development. And Ginny makes a very clever observation that the title of this case is Ember of Distraction. That's a pretty clever observation that the title of this case seems to be consistent with the idea that these are just coincidences that are distracting us. I think to add to that theory is the part about how the girl who catches the guy rummaging through the drawers startles him, screams, startles him, and knocks him over. So I'm arguing that it's not what you're saying, Anna, that he covered his traces. I'm thinking he may have actually accidentally knocked over a candle or a gas lamp, because she does say how she shouts out out of shock when she sees him, and he falls over in fear. So I think it's very likely that we have an accidental thing. Accidental fire. Channel seems to disagree with me about that. But I'm still not 100% convinced about whether the guy in the cab is totally unrelated to that. Anna says, well, what about the burned cork? Yes, we do have a burned cork that we don't really understand how that's related. But I don't know how that's related. I'll bet that's related to makeup. I'll bet. Oh, but then he would be coming. Then it would be the actor who did it. But I mean, you don't use a cork to start a fire. You use a cork for makeup, for black ink. That's the only place we've seen corks used regarding flame, right? Haven't you ever seen someone light the cork and then put it out, and then you've got like soot? The cork creates a soot, and then they can use that. But if that's the case, then that would implicate our actor. But I wouldn't be surprised if. So now it makes me think the actor was the one who was breaking in, and that it was. But I do think it was an unrelated fire. So I guess I'm disagreeing with Jonathan it seemed to me Jonathan was saying two things, and maybe the chat was too, that the arson fires are separate from the house fire at Marleybone with the orphans. And I think I'm agreeing with that. But then there seems to be a second theory that the person in the cab was unrelated to our break-in. And that's the part that I think I'm disagreeing with now, because the cop ripped the jacket off the the thief rummaging through the house as he was leaving, and found the cork. And remember, it's not just any actors. These are black-faced actors on a minstrel show. So I'm thinking the cork is for the blackface acting, and that confirms that our actor was the one in the house. Possibly. Okay. So we're going to go to some informants now. Let's check our cab logs first, and then maybe we'll hit Inspector Lestrade. So let's look at our informants. Carlton House is not going to be in our case. Okay, Mycroft, no reason to talk to him. Sherlock Holmes for hints, so we don't want to go there yet. Fred Porlock might know a little bit about the arsonists if they are. Police Gazette certainly might know about arsonists. Scotland Yard and Lestrade might know about the recent fires and arsonists. Librarian we have no reason to go to. Criminologist could tell us a little bit about the fires. Porky Shinwell, he'll know about he might know about the arsonist, not Fred Porlock, sorry. Langdale Pike, social columnist, he could tell us about Lord Goodwin, but other than that, we don't really need him. The lawyer, again, same thing, doesn't seem to be relevant for our case. London cab drivers, that's our primary idea. Legal criminal records, that could be Goodwin, but we don't think so much. General register, death wills. We could learn about his will for Goodwin if we thought that was related. We don't really, though. Jasper Meek's autopsies. We don't really have an autopsy to do. The London Times writing about the fires would be an interesting thing. And more wills and deeds. These are double entries about Somerset. I don't know why there's two of them. Throw one away. Okay, so let us go to these places. Henry Ellis at the Times, Lestrade at Scotland Yard, the cab drivers. We can put aside the Police Gazette for now, but we might want to go there. Okay, so let's do these three. Let's start out with some background on the fires from Henry Ellis, and then we'll go to Lestrade and we'll go to the cab records last. So 30 EC, let's find out more about these recent fires and what Henry Ellis can tell us. Okay, well, there's no 30 EC, so we're not going to be talking to Henry Ellis. The Times speaks for itself. Next up, Lestrade, 13 Southwest. Okay. "Hello, Inspector," says Wiggins. "Have you made any breakthroughs on the series of fires?" Lestrade shakes his head. "Nothing significant. We have determined that they are likely all arsons, but the why is a mystery to us. None of the buildings targeted share a common purpose or owner. The only connection is their being in a similar area. Best we can tell, there is a new protection racket going on, though we haven't any suspects. Do you know how the fires were set? Only speculation, really. Break in, set a long match against some oil rags, leave, and watch the world burn. Makes me sick." If you have circled the letter G, where's our list? Okay, so we do have a G. So we can read the following. So we ask him, "What about Lord Goodwin?" "Oh, never mind." If we have a circled R, okay, well, we don't have a circled R, so we're not going to be reading that, but we are going to be noting that at 13 Southwest, we need an R, so we can come back. Okay, and that's it for Lestrade. All right, next up, we wanted to go to the catalogs. 5WC. If you have not circled the letter F, read the following. Well, we have circled the letter F, so we get to read the next section. "We inquire about carriages hired to the north of Baker Street around the time we saw it speed past us. A brawny-looking man that positively reeks of horses consults his notes. 'Oh, yes, Jenkins, fool boy, brought in his carriage with the horse looking like it had just run the Derby. He won't be taking any more fares this evening. Rather, he will be making sure he didn't kill that poor animal. Do you mind if we have a word with him?' 'No, knock yourself out. And him? And him, if that horse is knackered. He directs us toward the stables, where, after a brief search, we find Jenkins sourly tending his horse. Jenkins? Wiggins asks. Who's asking? We work for Sherlock Holmes and have a few questions about an incident with a speeding carriage earlier. I'm not in any trouble, am I? Only me mom will kill us if I lose this job. No trouble, Wiggins reassures. Are we right in assuming that you were driving the coach that sped along Baker Street earlier? Yes, sir. I picked up my passenger as agreed. Well, kinda. Then took him to St. James Hall as requested. All right, well, we know this is as agreed. We know this is the cab that ended up at St. James Hall. So we say, what do you mean by kinda? Well, and he was late. Terrible late. I was supposed to pick him up at 1:15, but he didn't get there until almost the hour. I would have left, like we are supposed to do for someone who doesn't show. But, well, given the name, I thought I might chance it in case he came through with a tip. Plus, you don't want to upset a peer. That can get you in a load of trouble. A peer, you say? Yes, sir. Lord, what was it now? Lord, Goodwin. Something like that. No, Goodwin. Lord Goodwin. He was in a terrible rush, so he was. He said he needed to be at St. James 15 minutes ago. And he would give me 10 whole pounds if I got him there on time. But take 1 pound away for every minute he was late. Didn't make it in time, but he still gives me 6 shillings, though if and it's all right with you, would you mind not telling Bradley out front? He'd likely have it off me. Could you describe Lord Goodwin for us, please? Sure could. Young man, blonde hair, quite curly, clean-shaven, bit of a dirty face if you ask me. Not that tall, pretty slim, posh accent, but his coat wasn't up to much. Brown with a great tear on it, like, well, that's about it, really. That's very observant of you. Thank you. You've been a great help, and we will remember not to tell Bradley. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Now I really must rub Nellie down again. All right, well, we've caught our guy. We know he's pretending to be Lord Goodwin. That confirms a theory that the channel had, that someone paid off the orphans to get them out of the house, pretended to be Lord Goodwin. Now we know that he's actually taking on the whole he's impersonating Lord Goodwin. We get a physical description here. Of course, this guy is an actor, so he could be dressed up. Blonde hair, quite curly, clean-shaven, bit of a dirty face. Not that tall, pretty slim. Posh accent, but here's the key for us. He describes the jacket. Brown with a great tear on it. That's the jacket that the fire guy ripped from his possession, ripped the pocket off. So we know that this guy, who's pretending to be Lord Goodwin, was the guy that was in the house running out, caught by when the fire started. So we know it's this actor. We just don't know what he's doing, why he's doing this. We need to find this actor. We need to find someone who knows and can give us his name. Let me see what the channel has to say now that we know this guy is related to this. So far, so good, but where to now? Yes, where to now indeed. What's odd is that we know people who should be able to give us his name if we could just ask them. Let us look back again at the St. James place. So we go into the minstrel show. Wiggins recognizes the guy, Arthur Gallimore, a Sheffield lad. Then he talks about Bones and Tambo being in the thing. Da, 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 da. Arthur Gallimore, we know him. His face is coated in black. Lawrence, this just isn't on. Our Mr. Tambo missed the entirety of the cakewalk, barely made it on stage. He forgot to even bring that ridiculously ostentatious banjo of his. That's going to be the what he pawned. He forgot to even bring that ridiculously ostentatious banjo of his. That's going to be the pawned item. I tell you, Lawrence, I've had enough. The large pile of clothes abandoned in the corridor. His suit just carelessly discarded on the ground. Does he not know how much these things cost? You simply can't get away with a cushion up your... So it sounds like he's discarding a fat suit. Why that's relevant to us, I don't know. Except he's been described as thin, curly blonde hair. Where did we learn that? 5WC. Curly blonde hair suspect. I have been speaking with Harry Kenyon, a good man, excellent pedigree, worked under Pulanzanto, excellent acrobat. Get him as my opposite endsman, or I walk. And they get rid of us and give us an F. Why are we having such a hard time finding this guy's name? I think he means he was running away after the show, just tossed his fat suit. That's right. Now, we don't know where he was running to, though, or why. But why are we having such a hard time catching onto his trail or his name? I think we should look through if there's anything we're missing in the news. I think it's time. Let's see. Births on the 9th of this month at 32 Gillingham Street to the wife of Edward Leith, a son. Marriages on the 8th at St. Paul's, workman by the Reverend Thomas Achetel Anson, assisted by the Reverend Percy Jones, Arthur Fraser Walter, son of John Walter, to Henrietta Maria. Deaths. There's Goodwin's death. John Shaw of Bracknell, age 23. Shaw was the name of one of our... Times is now available for purchase. Leading journals of Great Britain. Charles Christie. There's no person living connected with a minstrel company whose name is Charles Christie. That's so weird. Let me just look up if there's a Charles Christie we can talk to. Find out why they're disowning him. I don't see any Charles Christie. Okay, what else do we got here? That's the thrift, the pawn shop. There's the solicitor who's not in or is getting a telegram. What about this? Arthur Cecil returns to his role of Mr. Poskett as the Court Theatre continues the successful run of The Magistrate by Arthur Wing Pinero. Deftness of construction, ingenuity, and genuine fun, The Magistrate is the equal of any French farce. Final 2 weeks before the play is taken to the Royal Lyceum Theatre in Edinburgh. Okay, that's not useful. What about this? Chess champion Henry Blackburn will be at the Belgrave Chess Club to take on a most extraordinary challenge. Mr. Blackburn is to play blindfolded against opponents who can see the board in pieces. Use this as preparation for the upcoming Second American Chess Congress. Okay. This is Scotland Yard about the fires, the new bridge we read about that we made us think that that's why the arsons were happening near the proposed bridge. I think that makes sense to us. Foreign news. Horseless carriage. Carl Benz from Mercedes-Benz is patenting a horseless carriage. Tramps commit murder in Missouri. I see, that's in America. Someone writing about the fires. St. Paul's Cathedral is going to be once more destroyed if they don't do anything about it. We could talk to this guy who likes minstrel shows. J.D. Smithy. I think the channel was suggesting that I try to find that person myself. Smithy. There's no Smithy that I can see. I wonder if these people, smokers, are smoking this cigarette. We could try to visit. I mean, there's a whole bunch of tobacconists, but this is in the EC neighborhood where potentially our people, our arsonists are. I didn't find any Smithy. No Smithy, so we can't find the guy who's written this article. But we could try to check out this tobacconist. 56 EC. Let's just drop by there and see if they have any weird people. 56 EC. We enter Forbes' establishment and are immediately assailed by the warm smell of dried tobacco. A large figurine of a somewhat rotund man in native dress holding some rolled tobacco is prominently displayed. The shopkeeper, who has evidently finished serving the customer he was with, spots us eyeing up the figurine and comes over to us. I see you've spotted our pot-bellied New Guinean, a new addition to our shop. Can I recommend our No. 2 blend? Very sweet, very aromatic, and a wonder to the... No, thank you, Wiggins interrupts swiftly. We're just wondering if you could possibly help identify these. He continues, handing over the samples Murray had kindly lent us. Okay, so we're not quite supposed to be here yet. It's really weird that with all the letter guards in this book, that there's not a letter guard for H.R. Murray, the criminologist, visit. So I'm going to interrupt us here. We're going to come back here. And I'm going to have us go to Murray, which we could have gone to from our informants, but we thought, well, we don't really have much of a crime scene, but let's go talk to H.R. Murray, the criminologist. Maybe he's found some stuff at the fires. 22 Southwest. So we're going to come back to that, but first we're going to do this. Okay, here he is. Oh, yes, wagons, isn't it? I expect you're here about our serial arsonist. I can't say we have very much of anything to help. We found the same cigarettes near fires in Lower Thames and Tooley Street, but they were inexpensive, of the sort you can pick up at any tobacconist, and impossible to identify. There isn't even anything to suggest that they were left there by the arsonists themselves, but we're really clutching at straws here. If you have the circled letter T, we can also read this, which we do. Oh, what's that you have here? Interesting little tidbits for another investigation. Well, this seems to be a pawn slip. Can't say from where just by this, but the very fact that the pawnbroker has gone to the effort of creating this indicates that whatever the item has been pawned is of significant value. Perhaps Mother's finest pearl necklace. Of course, only way to be sure is to match it with the other half, and that would be kept by the pawnbroker. As for this, smell that. Brings back memories, it certainly does. Back at school, we used to burn corks to blacken our faces and sneak out of the dorm. You could be caught easily if you looked in a window and the light reflected off your face. Then there would be screams and a chase. The good old days of alma mater. Oh, the cork. Well, I'm sorry to say it's just that, cork. No identifying marks, nothing particularly irregular. I can tell you that if you put it in water, it will float. That's about it. Sorry. We leave Murray in a kind of daydream. Clearly, he's been transported back to the days of his youth and whatever illicit activities he enjoyed at the time. Okay, so he filled us in a little bit on the same cigarettes being found at the scene of the crime, and here we are following up. Okay. He's trying to sell us the number 2. No, thank you, Wiggins interrupts swiftly. We're just wondering if you could possibly help identify these. He continues, handing over the samples Murray had kindly lent us. Oh. Man looks somewhat crestfallen to have been broken out of his sales pitch. Well, can't say for sure, as these are pretty standard cheap pre-mades. They could have come from any tobacconist. Well, we all like to be proud of our product. Not insignificant amount of revenue comes from such examples as those. Most shops will sell dregs and old stock to street vendors who roll them and then sell them on individually to, well, clientele of a certain reputation, shall we say. And do you partake in this trade too? Who do you sell to? Old Harry normally drops in on a Friday afternoon and picks up whatever I have, but now you mention it, I haven't seen Harry in a few weeks. Harry? Oh, let's see. Asford, Ambridge, Asquith, something like that, I think. Okay, thank you kindly. Circle the letter H. Okay, so circle H. That's a new letter for us. Harry is who this is. And it's Harry Asbert or Ambridge or Asquith. So this is the person who's selling cigarettes. Hasn't seen him in a couple of weeks. That's a little weird. Why would that be? All right, let's try to find this fellow. Harry something with an A. Okay, let's look at our A's. Let's see if we can't find our Harry. Lots of Henrys. Was it Henry or Harry? Oh, it's Harry. There he is right there. One of these two. There's Asquith, H. Asquith, 4EC. That's one of the last names he came up with, 4EC. You might check 12SE if for some reason that was the wrong guy. Okay, let's see if this guy knows anything about who he's selling these loose cigarettes to. 4EC. If you have circled the letter H, read the following. We knock at the door of the small ramshackle building. After a few minutes, we try again, but to no avail. Shrugging, Wiggins looks around, then bends down and starts to manipulate the lock. Within seconds, the cheap lock clicks and the door opens. We're shocked when a voice calls out, "Go away. I've nothing left. You took it all already." "We're not here to rob you, Mr. Asquith, merely to ask you a few questions. Mr. Forbes was quite concerned about you. Are you all right?" Is Forbes the guy who owned the shop? Or is this a little bit of a bug? No, we enter Forbes' establishment. Okay, Forbes was the tobacconist. Okay. "Mr. Forbes was quite concerned about you. All right? You all right?" And he says, "No, I'm not all right. Do I look all right? First, those two thugs pushed their way in, threatened me, steal all my goods. Then you lot barge in as if you own the place, demanding answers from me." "You were robbed? Have you not informed the police?" "Ha! You won't catch me daubing up the Rozzers. I ain't no snitch. Worth more'n me life to go to the Rozzers. Now piss off. Don't come round here again. Unless, I suppose, you find those two goons who nabbed all my cigarettes and bring 'em back to me." "You couldn't tell me who they were, could you?" "No, I couldn't. One big, one small. That's all I know. Now shove it." Okay, so at 4EC, we meet Harry. He's been robbed by two men. One big, one small. Circle B. Well, that's a new letter for us. This feels like it's a side case. This feels like a side case. That the ruffians who robbed him are probably the for-hire arsonists, is my guess. Does that make sense? If you had to guess, you might guess that that's completely unrelated to our actor. Which I think it is. I mean, I like the idea that the arsonist fires are being committed by these ruffians who are just rough criminals. And that's our side case. And we are going to be able to find them and solve the arsonist. And they're probably committing these fires for hire by someone. Maybe someone with real estate interests. But that's going to be unrelated to our accidental fire at the house that someone was looking through their possessions. Now, should we be working backwards? Jonathan says, although there are two main characters in the minstrel show, an odd couple, one tall, one short. Yeah, but the one that we know, I don't think he needs money. I think, yeah, I feel like they're separate. I was going to suggest something slightly different. I do think you might be right. Like, we're looking for this guy. We could try to find who's impersonating, find more information on Goodwin. But I had a different thought, which is, we don't understand what's special about that house that someone would be searching through. We don't think they were, do we think they were trying to rob it or find information? I think I'd like to hear that part again. It's 45 and 44 Northwest. I would like a little bit more information about what that place is and who owned it. And could we find that information? Could that be helpful to us? So there's a fire. It's a fire in a small building attached to the Marley Bone workhouse. I was patrolling around Marleybone Road. I turned into York Place. I heard a lady scream coming from that building. That's the scullery maid screaming. Hurried over. Guy busts out. He rips his pocket and he gets the stuff. Who about the woman? Okay, so we talked to her. Her name is Rose. She's the scullery maid. Ma'am gives me a penny. I think we need to talk to this woman. Is she gonna be a Marleybone? Are we gonna be able to find her by looking up Marleybone? No, there's no Marleybone. She was getting the rat traps. I saw this man emptying out Ma'am's drawers. Ma'am took them to Madame Tussaud's. Okay, so it's the woman who runs the orphanage. It's her house. Does she not know about the fire yet? Because we met her up with her in 46. So we met up her with Tussaud's, and she's giving them a lecture. It's Madame Tussaud herself that we're talking to. We are the orphanage, but we're here legitimately. She says it's a good one, but we don't know who. But she doesn't... Like, we don't... Was someone trying to rob her, or were they looking for some documents? She doesn't seem to know yet. Well... What about George Lewis? I'm still focusing on the side case only because that's the one we know to chase down. I guess we could look up Goodwin, but we could talk. Let's see if we can talk to George Lewis, if we can maybe solve our side case. He would know who has a vested interest in burning the place down. George Lewis. Sir George Lewis is at 63 Northwest. He's the guy building the bridge. Maybe we can find out whether our theory of the arsons is right. Maybe they'll circle back to our actor at some point. Let's see. We are met at the door of Sir George Lewis's townhouse by his wife. Sir George is not here. May we ask where he is? You may, but I can't say I know or very much care. Probably at Parliament or something equally dull. Thank you. Okay, well, Parliament. We can go there and see if we can find him. Parliament is where here? 16 Northwest. Let's see if we can talk to him there. Okay, well, 16 Northwest is not an entry, so that's the end of that trail. Maybe Langdale Pike has some gossip about the theater show. I like that idea. Let's try Langdale Pike. And let's try Porky Shinwell to find out if he knows who these ruffians are. Langdale Pike. And where's Porky? Porky. And then we could also check the guy who knows about wills. Disraeli O'Brien. Okay, let's start with Langdale Pike and then we'll work our way down to Southwest. Okay, if you have circled the letter G, read the following, which we have. Langdale Pike waves us over to him. Ah, Wiggins, a delight as ever to see you. Come sit here next to me. Over here is perfectly fine, thank you, Wiggins replies somewhat nervously. Oh, there's no need to be scared, dear Wiggins. Let us say instead, I have profound respect for you. Ah, if only every man showed such respect, Wiggins, the world would be a far better place. Take, for example, Lord Howe. His choice of entertainments, some might call it amusing, but honestly, I can't help feeling it's somewhat demeaning. We stumbled upon Lord Howe. I should have left, but then if I had, then I wouldn't have discovered what the Lady Lewis really thought of Sir George. And now have we found Lewis now? He really does love her, but she has such an expensive taste, poor man. Who knows how he manages to keep her as she is accustomed. But enough of that. What delights are you after? Okay, so here's George Lewis. And he's inferring that George Lewis, the MP, might not have enough money to keep his wife in good company. Maybe he's making deals to burn down property. And there's Howe, the person who had the minstrel show at his house in the paper. Do you know anything about Lord Goodwin? The late Lord Goodwin, you mean? Oh, you do choose the most exciting topics. Harold Goodwin was a kind and generous man. Well, he could afford to be. He was kind and generous to a fault, if your fault was a pretty face and a pleasing manner. I heard say that he was entertaining on the night of his passing, and while he may have been asleep, it was very likely not peacefully. However, having said that, there was much to pity the poor man. His wife, to whom he was apparently devoted, died during childbirth, and his son, whom he adored, lost at sea at a very young age. Having your entire family stripped away from you can never be an easy thing, and if the comfort of a woman can help ease his eternal pain, then, well, who am I to comment? And yet, you somehow always do. Well, of course, where would be the fun in keeping such things to oneself? Now, if you will excuse me, I see the startlingly tasteless Mr. Smithy over there, and I must share with him my feelings on his choice of amusements. I am not one to refrain from laughing at people, but I do feel that should be restricted to those who deserve it by their own actions rather than just for who they are. Excuse me. Okay, so if you've not read letter G, you would get something else. So he's mentioning all the people in the paper. Mr. Smithy, who he's going to talk to, tells us a little about George Lewis, the MP, Lord Howe, but nothing important. Or talk about Goodwin, but just all gossip doesn't seem to be very helpful for us, though. Let's see if Porky Shinwell knows who these criminals selling cigarettes and doing arson might be. 52 EC. Okay. So here's something a little troubling that may force us to back up a bit. Okay, if we're keeping track of bugs, let's keep track of bugs here. Okay, we had the 88 O'Connell address was a bug. Then we had a bug with H.R. Murray sent us SIG samples before the tobacconist. Okay, so here's a smaller bug, but a troubling one, which is when I look for addresses and can't find any, I went, in this case I found, but 4 EC, 15 EC, 49, okay. Then I got to 56 EC, okay, and I said, okay, there's no 52 EC. But this looks like it was put in the wrong order. So actually there is an entry for Porky. It's out of order. So it's possible that another time we went looking for an address and didn't find it, it's possible that it was out of order. So we might want to consider that. Let's keep reading for now, and we'll worry about that later if we get stuck. Afternoon, lads. What can I get you? Porky greets us with more than the usual amount of cordiality. Have you heard anything about the fires that have been happening recently? Nah, mate, Porky replied. Nothing particular comes to mind. Matter of fact, it's been rather quiet of late. I mean, yeah, pickpockets, muggings, the usual, but nothing out of the ordinary, sorry. If you have the letter B circled, which we do, you can read the following. What about cigarettes? Any idea who knocked over old Harry? Harry the Poof? No, nobody would be stupid enough to take him on. He doesn't seem particularly intimidating. Oh, it isn't him you'd have to worry about, it's his clients. He provides half the crims around here with their daily puff. Half the price of the shops, and he don't clip or thin roll neither. Now you mention that, I haven't seen him in here for a while. Oi, Isabel! Porky shouts over to a scrawny old woman sitting at the door. What? Shouts Isabel. When'd you last see Harry? What? Shouts Isabel. Harry. What? Shouts Isabel. Harry Puff, oh, come here. He shouts, gesturing. Isabel ambles over. When'd you last see Harry the Puff? Is he here? I ain't had a decent smoke in over a week. No, when'd you last see him? He was here a week past Tuesday with the Rowney twins. Oh no, I didn't know Steeple Jack was back in town. I thought he was in the Tanty. Nah, he got back a month ago, but then got picked up the next day down Lambeth Way, trying to pickpocket of all things. Porky pours her a drink, and she shambles back to her seat by the door. That'll be a shilling, lads. Fine, here you go. Yeah, Jack was never the brightest of sparks. With hands like those, you'd think he would leave that lark to his brother. If I were you, lads, I'd steer clear of him. Dangerous sort, big and dumb with it. They're going to be banned from here if they did anything to old Harry, though. Mind how you go. Circle the letter R. Okay, so 52 EC, which is Porky, he's now given us an R. And the R is the Romney twins. These sound like our two men who robbed Harry. It's Jack Romney and I'm not sure we know what the other one's name is. Sort and Steeple. What's Sort and Steeple? Steeple Jack was back in town. I thought he was in the Tanty. What are they saying? Maybe they're just saying he's the tall one. trying to pickpocket. Hands like those, he would leave that to his brother. Big and dumb with it. They're going to be banned. Okay, well, they got picked up next day down Lambeth. So a couple things we might consider. First of all, we might be able to find them in the directory. But the other thing is we might be able to find them at the local Lambeth police station if there is one. Something we sometimes forget to do is look for the local police stations. Police stations. There's the Lambeth police station, 53 Southeast. So we might be able to find about them from the Lambeth police station. Let's also look up Romney in case they've got an address. So I don't see any Romney. So they don't have a clean address that we can go to, but maybe the local Lambeth. Chat says Tanti is jail, one tall and one short. Okay, that all makes sense. Now, he's given us reason to go to the coroner. He has? Oh, Rowney? R-O-W? Did I misread it? R-O-W. Okay, well, you're right. Thank you for catching me. It's Rowney, not Romney. And when you make it Rowney, we actually see the brothers have an address. 49 EC. All right, good catch. JWT in the chat. All right, so Porky gave us a critical lead here. Now, the chat was saying something about coroner. Is that true? No one was killed. They just knocked over. He said Goodwin's death was not peaceful. He sounded like he said it might have been with a woman. So you think we could go to the coroner to find out about Goodwin? That's an interesting idea. Sir Jasper Meeks. All right, we'll go there in a second. Let's follow up here. So we got an R. I have a memory that we found a place that wanted an R. Does anyone remember that? Needed an R. Lestrade. Yes, Lestrade wanted the R. Let's go back to Lestrade and ask him about the Rowney brothers. Okay, if you have the circled R at Lestrade, we say to him, anything on the Rowney brothers? Rowney, you say? Let me have a look. Ah, yes, here we are. Jack Rowney, arrested on the 3rd of August, simple larceny. Victim visited later that day and dropped all charges. Could you tell us who the victim was, please? Sir George Lewis. So the MP, George Lewis, who's in charge of the new bridge they're going to build for $700,000, is involved with these two, who we suspect maybe are arsonists. Let's reread what George Lewis's actual role here is. The final site of the bridge will be decided today by Sir George Lewis. So, yeah, our theory feels right. I mean, our suspicions about these arsons being conducted having to do with the site of the bridge. Now, why they're getting into a fight with him, I don't know. Seems like he would be more likely to be the person who's hiring them. Maybe he's trying to buy up these properties. I don't know how he ended up getting beat up by them. Let's see if we can talk to them and find out. So let's go to the local police station first. Okay, there's no entry for that, so that doesn't help us. But we can go now to where they live. 49 EC. If you have circled the letter R, which we do, we can read. We knock at the ramshackle door of the dwelling, which is swiftly opened by a short balding man. Yeah, for cigarettes, 20 tuppence for 20, take it or leave it. It isn't worth my time for anything less. No, thank you, replies Wiggins. We just wanted to ask you about the recent fires, Mr. Rowlands. He narrows his eyes at us and asks, You coppers? No, we work for then either I can sell you a match or you can scram. Here, penny apiece. He produces the longest matches we've ever seen. Nah, thought not, he says to our retreating backs. So remember, the longest matches, we are told by the police, or by Murray, one of them, that the way they think the arsons are being conducted is someone's planting some oil or whatever, and then they're lighting them with a long match to burn out so that they can escape before it starts. So, and that's the end of this entry. So I think we've got our arsonists, the two brothers, and we know they're somehow tied up with George Lewis, the MP, but not 100% sure what that relationship is. But we still don't have our connection. That's our distraction side case. We still haven't been able to find our actor or understand why he's doing what he's doing. We know he's in need of money, but he had to pawn his stuff to get enough money to buy the tickets to get all the kids out. So it just seems like a weird way to get money. All right, time for another break here. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll have to have a talk about where to go next. The only real lead we really have is we could try to investigate the will of Goodwin again, maybe by one of our informants, but it seems like we should be able to find that actor, at least get his name. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. So the channel is coming up with some interesting theories that are starting to feel like they're right to me. Let's check in. Jonathan, first let's start with Jonathan's last reading, which I think is cool. We don't have any direct evidence, but I like it. Jonathan's story was that the twins robbed the MP, George Lewis. One got arrested, and then Lewis agreed conspired with them, he would drop the charges in exchange for them coming to work for him as arsonists. I like that idea. As a sort of psychological story, it makes sense. And then Anna and I were sort of focusing on this idea that maybe this is about someone trying to get Goodwin's inheritance. And I said, I wonder if this could be tied to Goodwin's will and who would inherit it. Could the orphanage record prove someone was heir to Goodwin? And then Anna has a much better read on it, which is, we know that Goodwin's son, we're told, was lost at sea. And Anna's theory is that the actor is trying to impersonate the son, and maybe he has to destroy documents in the orphanage about himself. That's an interesting idea. That the documents could prove that he lived at the orphanage, maybe, if they could identify him. It's an interesting idea. It does suggest that we should pursue this Goodwin angle, because we may be able to find out that the will is being contested, that there's a son who claims that he's due the inheritance. That would help us track down our actor. So, with that in mind, let's talk to Disraeli O'Brien, the Somerset archivist who handles wills. We could talk to the autopsy of Goodwin to see if maybe someone actually killed him. Is there anyone else that we would want to talk to, given this? The Police Gazette might have more information on the Rowney brothers and their connection, but probably not. But the legal affairs informant, Edward Hall, might know something about someone asking around about the wills and affairs. Okay, so let's put the librarian off for the moment. Let's start with these two. Let's see if we can't get information on Goodwin and his will. So we'll start with Disraeli O'Brien at 17 WC. We asked Disraeli O'Brien about records of births and entries to orphanages, but we are informed that the national records do not hold such information. Rather, they would be found in the individual orphanage in question. This is, again, a little nudge to the idea that someone may have been breaking in to remove orphanage records. Which orphanage are you particularly interested in? The Marleybone Workhouse Orphanage, but we're unable to access their records as it burned down this afternoon. Oh my, that's very distressing. I'm sorry I can't help you. If you have the letter G circled, which we do, then we can read the following. We further ask about Lord Harold Goodwin. Well, I should certainly be able to help you there. Give me one moment. He disappears into the stacks and returns a moment later. Here we are. Harold Goodwin, Lord, born 7th of September, 1823, only son of Gerald Goodwin, 1801-1871, married to Elizabeth Goodwin, née Morley, 1838-1865, father of Hildebrand Goodwin, 1865 to, 1871, question mark. Question mark? Yes, a terrible thing having no official record of death, but it can happen on occasion when one is simply presumed dead. Interestingly enough, someone else had been asking about these records. A young man requested them last week. Popular fellow, I guess. If you have circled the letter E, which we do not have. Okay, so this is exactly the theory that the chat settled on. 17WC is Disraeli. We got a bunch of information here, but now we know Hildebrand Goodwin is the lost at sea son. And someone else, another young man, was asking about the son as well. Now it's exactly right. Someone's going to try to impersonate the son and claim the inheritance. All right, but it needs E, and we don't have E. But we do have the maiden name of the mother. I wonder if we could track her down with her maiden name, and I notice her maiden name starts with an E. Let's just make sure there's no other places. Okay. So I wonder if we won't find Morley. No Morley. That surprises me. What about multiple entries for Goodwin? Lord Harold Goodwin, 73 Northwest. That's where we went. Wow, I was really sure that was going to be it. Married to Elizabeth Goodwin nee Morley. All right. Well, perhaps one of our other informants can help us find her. Let's try the lawyer. 36 EC. All right, there's no 36 EC, so we can't speak to Edward Hall. Let's check the autopsy to see if Goodwin was murdered. 38 EC. Okay, there's no 38 EC, so he's out. How about the librarian? Maybe we can look up stories about his death. Okay, no 5 Southwest, so that's out. All right. How about the police reporter? 35 EC. No 35 EC. Okay, so that's that. 500 JWT says the lawyer isn't in Baker Street Irregulars. All right. Well, it's so interesting because we have a fairly solid theory for our murderer. Sorry, not murderer. We have a fairly solid theory for what the person was doing in that house, unrelated to the arsonists, what his plan is, but we don't know how to get his name, which you think would be an easy thing to get from the director of the minstrel show. It's possible that one of those entries was out of order. Maybe we need to go back into that. So the guy who runs it was Lawrence. We thought that was his first name. Could be his last. Joseph Lawrence is 62 EC. Lawrence. I wonder. Let's see if we can somehow get lucky and get him. No. No Joseph Lawrence at 62 EC. Any other places we needed to return to? There was the guy that had the telegram. But the telegraph office was not in the entries. His lawyer, or I think it was the solicitor who we tried to find in the telegraph station. The reading from the will, let's see, looking at the news again. The reading from the will be read at 6:30 in the offices of Rory Epsom, solicitor. Relatives are encouraged to come forward. All right, so then we found Rory Epsom. And when we tried to go to him, we went to 69 Northwest. Okay. When we went to 69 Northwest, we're told he just received an urgent telegram and has had to leave. If we wish to see him, we should return at 6:30. When the reading of the will is. So maybe that's going to be the end of the game, and we can't talk to him before then. John says, can we visit the other show from the paper? Maybe some crossover from acting companies. The other show, huh? This show here at the Royal Lyceum Theatre in Edinburgh, though. Before it's taken here. Okay, so right now they're at the court. Arthur Cecil returns to his role. Maybe he's playing two roles and that's why he had to run out so quickly. What if that's the connection to the other performance and why he dropped his stuff? Maybe he's running two roles and this is his name, Arthur Cecil. At the Court Theatre. Okay, let's find the Court Theatre. That would be very interesting. That would explain why he had to rush out. The Court Theatre. Well, there is no Court Theatre in the directory. Returns to his role in the Court Theatre. But there is no Court Theatre. Well, what about forgetting the Court Theater? What if we could find Arthur Cecil? Let's see if he's in the directory. There's no Arthur Cecil. So there is Arthur Cecil, returns to his role. There's no Arthur Cecil we can visit, and we can't seem to visit that theater. That was a good idea, though. How strange. Feels like we might have overlooked something. I am concerned about that one place we found where the entries were out of order. Jonathan said, 500 Jado said, I see you're getting frustrated. I can offer advice if you really want. Not yet. Not yet. Jonathan Warner, can we double check there are no more letter gates at the Goodwin house? We did meet a former orphan who worked there. It could give inside information. Don't give us any. The only hints that I think we're ready for is if there's a bug in the lookup. Like if we looked up something and we didn't see the entry for it because it was misnumbered or something. Otherwise it's okay for us to get frustrated and stuck for a bit. Okay, so the Goodwin house. The Goodwin house was 73 Northwest. It's okay to get frustrated in these games. We should not view that as a bad thing. Let's take a look at our Goodwin house again. So we're greeted by the elderly butler. Who sends us to the servant door, and then we go to the servant door and he tries to send us away. He says he passed away a week ago. He's concerned, we're told. He's not in charge of the master's coin. We don't know who is. The solicitor is taking care of them. That's the one we can't talk to. Then we meet a young man, teenage kid. You aren't upsetting old Eddie, so we know the butler's name is Eddie something. He doesn't know if he'll still have a job. I'm the boot boy. I was the boot boy, got too old. Edward may be a bit stuck up, but he knows what is what. I'm returning the favor, bringing him his dinner. Stayed around to watch the fire. You were involved in the orphanage. I wouldn't say involved, I did spend time there. Furthermore, some of us even keep in touch, meet up once in a while, have a drink. Do you think we should be checking nearby pubs? I need to get the old man fed. He gets cranky. Do we think we might need to meet up with nearby pubs to see if we can't catch them meeting up? Some of us even keep in touch. Have a drink. Share tales. I think we should look for nearby pubs. "73 Northwest is where that house was. All right, let's look at this map for a second. So there's the house where Goodwin lived. Here's the orphanage. And the cab picked him up here. So I wonder if there are any pubs in the Northwest area. "500 JWT is the author of this case." Okay, very nice to meet you. I'm glad you've joined us. All right, it's okay for us to be frustrated for quite a bit. So we're in no rush to get any hints. Okay, let's look for some pubs. Yeah, don't give us any hints. We don't want hints. We don't want hints. Let's see if we can't find a pub where they might be talking in the Northwest. Well, Northwest is not the ideal place for orphans to come out and have a drink. And it's the upper rich area, but there is the pavilion at 20 Northwest. Where would that be? Down here, Pavilion Music Hall. Well, Pavilion Music Hall is right next to the St. James Theater, and we know our guy was selling his banjo, so this might not be a bad place to even stop in just to see if they know him here, even if whether the kids are drinking there or not. Let's see if 20 Northwest is someplace we can go. 20 Northwest says, "We step towards the Pavilion Music Hall, but are confronted by a closed door and a poster on the door that reads, 'Closed for refurbishment.'" Okay, well, game anticipated we might want to go there, but it's closed. They stop by for a drink. Maybe the little orphans don't go to drink beer, but they go for tea. Tea merchants, but that's not going to be a tea rooms. The Buzzard, the Ladies' Tea Association, and Mrs. Robertson's Tea. Just going to see if we can catch those little orphans in any of those places. So let's see. We want 31 Northwest, 78, or 84. Okay, 31 is not there. '78 is not there, and 84 is not there. Okay. Well, what if they went to a meet-up at a cafe? You'd be looking for 70s, Northwest. Somewhere between 40s and 70s. '19 Northwest. Just doesn't see. Well, 19th is the Apollo Theater. Sort of curious about the idea that our guy had to rush off for another performance. I'm just going to check the Apollo Theater, which is right next door. 19 Northwest. No. Okay. All right. I need a little bit of help from the channel then. And I see my blinking light has been on for a while. Let's see. The boot boy could have known the actor and given him the information about Goodwin. Maybe the actor could rehire him if he gets the inheritance. Could we try the other music halls? If the orphan was playing there, maybe there's just any music stores to track the past history of the banjo. I like that idea. There's the Oxford Music Hall. The Alhambra Music Hall. There's a lot of music halls, though. I'm not sure how we would decide which one to go to, but I guess we could try these couples. So the Oxford Music Hall is 13 Northwest. No. What was the other? Alhambra Music Hall was 25 on the border there. So I don't know if that's 25 Northwest or 25 WC. 25 Northwest is someone who saw the cab going by, so I guess that's the one we already saw. There's no 25 WC. So I don't see much there. Office of Records, did we already go? Yeah, that's our Disraeli O'Brien. And we could always go to Sherlock Holmes. He may have some hints for us. Past history of the pawn banjo. We're latching onto straws now. All right, let's think about this. We know who our guy is in terms of his role here. He's an actor in this minstrel show, about to be fired, low on money. We've got his paper that he pawned. We've got a little bit of writing in here. Could this be his name? This looks like maybe what's written here is saying William, because this is William Brothers. But could it be his name? We believe he's a past orphan. Boy, that, I gotta say, that comment at Goodwin's house about them meeting up really seemed like it was telling us that we should find the orphans gossiping and one of them is going to know his name. I also thought for sure we were going to find Elizabeth, and that was the E. So that's confusing me. I didn't want 44. I wanted 73. Passed away a week ago. When someone starts, we know someone's been asking about his son. We know he's going to try to impersonate him. Some of us even keep in touch. Meet up once in a while, have a drink, share tales of our triumphs and our tragedies. Sally even offered to put in a good word for me at her work. That's Sally, the scullery maid. Boy, this really sounded to me like we could meet up with them. Let's look around there again. Would they meet up at the YMCA? They're meeting up to have a drink, share tales. That would be a pub, right? But there are public houses and there's other places that you can have drinks. Tea rooms, 8431. I checked those. Restaurants. There's too many and there's none. Well, where's 90? '90 is too far away for them to meet up. 19. What about... Is there some other orphanage somewhere? Are there a lot of entries we haven't read yet? And I can try to do a quick glance through. Southwest. I see an entry for Parliament that I must have missed. I'm afraid I may have missed entries. That's my only concern. It's a little easy to see, like, it's a little easy to think this is 165 or 16. We were looking for George Willis. There's Parliament. I tried to look up Parliament but didn't find it. So let me just read this. Remember, we're looking for George Willis here. This seems like it might be important. We enter the parliamentary estate and inquire whether the Bridge House Estates Committee are meeting and follow the directions given. As we make our way there, Wiggins tells us about the Bascule Bridge and how exciting the engineering is going to be. The ability to raise the bridge means that even the tallest ships will be able to pass under the bridge, so greater mobility is afforded to the people without restricting the docks. Now, Wiggins' lecture is stalled when he sees the looks on everyone else's face. Well, I find it somewhat fascinating is all. Sir George Lewis is leading the committee and directing them to make a decision on the exact location of the new bridge. After much discussion, it seems they are down to 2 locations. Location A is possibly the most convenient for the public, but will involve some claiming of the royal estate at the Tower of London, along with the compulsory purchase of a small number of properties south of the river. That's where the fires are. Sir Lewis expounds, location B will preserve the historic tower and such properties as are affected by the construction on both sides of the river can be compulsorily purchased at the previously agreed rate, which is market rate as set on April 1885 plus 20%. All in favor of Site A. Several of the committee members raise their hands as they say this. All in favor of Site B. Sir Lewis raises his hand, but is in the minority. Very well. Let it be shown in the record that the new bridge shall cross the Thames at the Tower of London, with construction to begin as soon as practicable. Wiggins leads us out, positively giddy at the idea of watching the new bridge be built. Tower Bridge, that's what they should name it, he says. Right where the fires were. So he votes for Site B, but is in the minority. B preserves the tower, and such properties as are affected can be compulsorily purchased. Site A is the most convenient, but will involve some claiming of the royal estate at the Tower of London, along with the compulsory purchase of a number of small number of properties south of the river, which is where the fires are. Well, I don't quite get this, but we know he's up to no good. He's created these fires so that he can maybe own these properties and they'll get bought. Maybe he doesn't care which area. Maybe he's bought them all. All right, continuing, I'm looking for entries that we haven't read. Oh, a bunch of small entries. There's one for Sherlock Holmes. Another entry that's reasonable. Whole bunch of small entries that look like when you're tracking down the carriage. Not too many entries. Pretty small number of entries. Pretty small number of entries we haven't read. Did we miss any letter gated entries? I don't think so. None that I spotted. So there was the preacher that we never found, but we think we understand that well enough that we don't have to pursue it. It's just a matter of that actor. It's always possible that the game doesn't intend for us to figure out his name, but that seems unlikely. 500 JWT says, yes, the building of Tower Bridge was approved in Parliament in the day of our case. That's pretty cool. Is it possible I looked up names wrong? It's quite odd that we're told the specific names of people at that performance very early, but we couldn't find them. 25 Northwest. So we tracked down the carriage. Screeched to How outside St. James Hall. Terribly keen not to miss the show. There's the Marleyborns. But where was our St. James? 22. We go into the minstrel show. The person we know is Arthur Gallimore. We notice him, then we go talk to him. He's yelling at Lawrence. I've had enough. Look at this. He left a large pile of clothes abandoned in the corridor. His suit. Does he not know how much these things cost? And he says, I've been speaking with Harry Kenyon, worked under Poole and Zanto, excellent acrobat. And he wants him to replace it. Circle the letter F. But it's a little weird that we can't get this guy's name. Well, maybe we have to revisit. Maybe Jonathan was right that the music shop where he bought that thing could be found. But are there music shops listed in the directory, or is it just music halls to perform in? And if he doesn't have the musical instrument, how can he be performing in one of them? I'm going to check the other music halls. 3WC. I think I checked these already. Let me check again. 22 Northwest, that's R1. 20 Northwest, no, it's done. We did that. 13 Northwest, 25 WC, no. And Tina says, do we really need to find this guy? If he's going to be at the reading of the will, can't we just catch him there? But what about Elizabeth E? Did we try to go to the autopsy? I think we did. There's no extra body, right? Jasper Meeks was 38 EC. I don't think there was an entry for him. No. Yeah, how would we find our E? Maiden name Morley. Let's go to Sherlock Holmes. Let's see if he's got any hints for us. Maybe Mycroft as well. Let me start with Mycroft, just on the odd chance that he's got something to say to us. Nothing. Okay, how about Sherlock Holmes, 42 Northwest? Let's see if he can give us a hint. Okay. Elizabeth was the first name on A, so I'm not sure that would lead to E. I don't know either, but let's try Sherlock Holmes. Let's see what he has to say for us. Maybe he can give us some guidance here. We bundle into 221B Baker Street and find Holmes writing a telegram. You can choose to receive hints from Holmes based on the following circled letters, FTG. Each hint counts as a lead. Well, we're not too worried about counting leads. We're going to get we don't even worry about our score, so let's just see here. Where he's going is less important than where he's been. Even less important than who he actually is. Okay, well, I think we figured that out. If you want to have a clue for the letter T, have you spoken to the woman who runs the orphanage? Locate her quickly. Okay, we got that. I fear you will struggle if you're attempting to locate Lord Goodwin. If you look in the newspaper, you'll find he passed away. Is someone trying to impersonate Lord Harold Goodwin, or are they trying to achieve something else? Okay, so we already know our Sherlock Holmes things. He didn't help us. Just looking for more stuff. We've got an auction. Can't see why that would be relevant for us. This was the idea this idea that he was playing this other role was a nice idea, but Royal Lyceum in Edinburgh, but we don't, there's no such thing as a court theater here. So but the Lyceum is here, even though the Royal Lyceum is in Edinburgh. What if it's the, is it possible that that's wrong? It's 18WC? No. Okay, so much for that. Well, where's our... We could try to find the orphans' talking place where they meet to talk. Find the actor. There's a chess club. I don't know why we would go there. 55 Southwest, just for fun. We can sit down opposite a blindfolded Mr. Blackburn. 4 moves later and he's defeated. Perhaps I should have learned the game first, says an abashed Wiggins. So we took him to play with the famous chess prodigy, and he got killed. He got defeated. The YMCA has an interesting history. I was just reading about, probably not related to the case yet. Did Holmes write the telegram to the solicitor? That's an interesting idea. Chat says, did you try the Royalty Theater? Tried a bunch of theaters, but I didn't try the Royalty. That's 15 Northwest. Let's see. No entry for 15 Northwest. I wonder if it's worth going to that pawn shop again. See if we missed anything there. Let's reread the part about Goodwin's family. The one that wanted E. Lord Harold Goodwin, only son of Gerald Goodwin, married to Elizabeth Goodwin, maiden name N.E.E. Morley, father of Hildebrand Goodwin. If you have the letter E, read the following passage. I mean, we could always read the questions and see if it really does expect us to have figured out his name or not. Clearly, there are more locations in this book, though, that we haven't stumbled on for some reason. Let's think for a little bit more. So he rushes out of St. James after the performance. We don't know where he's going to. I like the idea that he was going to another performance. We could read the questions and see if they expect us to find his name. If not, then we figured it out. I don't know how you could end the case, though. I mean, the official rules, you're not supposed, once you read the questions, you're not supposed to go back. So it would be very, very risky to play by the official rules and say, well, we don't think we're going to find his name. It's such an odd thing to be stuck trying to find his name when it feels like we should be able to ask any of a dozen people what the name of that actor is. We know the troupe they work for. We're friends with one of the guys. Why can't we just ask them what the name of this actor is? That's very confusing. But if we just assume those are the rules of the game, it is interesting to think how we could catch him. We could also find his name just by finding the other orphans talking about stuff, talking about their maybe. Is it possible that like we do run into this kid who worked at the orphanage outside the house? Is it possible like he's the guy? Do you know who I'm talking about? When we go to Goodwin's house and we talk to the butler, we run into the boot kid. And he says, "You aren't upsetting old Eddie. Are you a member of the household staff?" "Well, yes and no. I was the boot boy, but got too old for the job." That's not going to be our actor, right? The YMCA is... Boy, this has got to be frustrating for the author to watch us struggle. YMCA is 35 Northwest, but that's okay. So here is the... so if you go to the YMCA, it's just someone who sees the cart running away. The carriage speeding past, he says, "What's in it for me?" It went that way. Did it turn at Oxford Circus? He says, "I don't, my farthing doesn't see that far." Someone's asking us for money to tell him which way it went, and we gave him a farthing, and he's like, "It went that way." And then we say, "Did it turn?" And he says, "My farthing doesn't see that far." Cute. But okay, but YMCA was just to help us find the runaway carriage. Okay, I see. The channel wants me to pay attention. Okay. We could have a vote. Questions keep going, maybe continue tomorrow. I don't think the Boot Boy's the actor. I agree. All right, let's have a vote. The vote is, we're going to take a break no matter what. I'm going to open up the vote for you guys to vote, though. So what we're going to do is we're going to vote on whether we should read the questions. And the questions will help us figure out whether, I think we should read the questions, but we can vote. I think we should read the questions and see whether we need to keep trying to find his name or if it's just going to ask us to identify the kind of person or how to catch him. $500 JWT votes for questions. That's a bit of a clue. All right. Well, it sounds like everyone's voted for questions. All right, so here's what we'll do. I guess before we take our break then, let's end the vote. Before we take our break, let's read the questions and then we'll know how we want to proceed, but then we're going to take a break. All right, so going to the questions. Here we go. Was the fire at the Marylebone Orphanage part of the series of fires from recent weeks? Okay, we believe the answer to that is no. What other crime is the arsonist intending to commit? Okay, the arsonist. So this is something to do with property values. Or something to do with property values, but maybe to shift the location of the bridge. Who will be able to corroborate the arsonist identity? Who will be able to corroborate the arsonist's identity? And why did he burn down the orphanage? Maybe this is asking us about the arsonist, not of the other buildings, but of our orphanage. Okay, so then in this case, he's trying to steal or destroy records. Is that what we think? Destroy his records? Who will be able to corroborate the arsonist's identity? The mother? I think the answer is the Tussaud woman. But who else, if that's what it's asking? Why did he burn down the orphanage? But now, was he trying to steal his records and now we think it was on purpose? To destroy the records? Steal records? I'm really not sure now. Who set the various fires across London? All right, we can answer that. That's the Rowney brothers. Who paid him? This is going to be George Lewis. And why? This is either property values, so he could buy them up, or location, to influence the location of the bridge. But okay, so it sounds like we don't have to know this person's name. But this questions 2 and 4 are still a little bit 2, 3, and 4 are still a little bit confusing. Let me see what the chat says. Jonathan said earlier that case could be written to with an eye towards scoring. He was not wrong. Okay, that was me that said that, but yes. Okay, impersonating the sun. What other crime is he intending to commit? Yes, you're right. Impersonate son. That's good. Impersonate the son of Lord Goodwin. Yes. Who could identify him? Anna says the boot boy and the madam. I don't think the boot boy can identify him. But it could be the governess or whatever you're going to call her, the one who runs the orphanage. And who else could identify him? The arson. Who could identify him? 2 answers. I mean, if he's an orphan, then the madame could identify that she knew him when he was an orphan. And maybe the pawn shop guy, or maybe the actors. That's weird, the idea that it's two answers. And maybe the madame wouldn't recognize him, but she would be the best one to know. To recognize that she was an old orphan of his. I guess the boot boy used to be an orphan there, so we think maybe he would recognize him from his days. What about, can we just talk about this part for a second? Why did he burn down the orphanage? We were debating whether he actually did that on purpose, but is our theory now that he tried to get his records, and then having failed to get them, he's burned it down to destroy his records? So it's either to destroy records or an accident. And what's the theory about the... Our theory is that he's getting his records of being born to the orphanage so that when he comes forward, no one else can prove that he was an orphan at the orphanage? Is that the idea? Like he's eliminating all evidence of his past identity in case someone challenges him at some point? Let's take a break. You guys can think about it in a second. It sounds like we're basically ready to take a shot at it, even though I'm a little unsure about these answers. I feel like we basically got it out. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're still on break. We still have a minute or two on break, but I thought I'd come back early so I could eat my cheesecake while we're still officially on break and listen to the chat theories. So there's a theory about even if he burned his records, people would know him, could still identify him. Well, we don't know. He may have gone away since he was a kid, you know. You might recognize that looks like the kid who was an orphan. Is he really? You know, if you haven't seen him in 10 years or 20 years, maybe if you destroy the records, you can't prove it. So, what do I have here? Homemade little mini cheesecake. Let's get rid of these cubes. Homemade mini cheesecake in a little springform pan made by my wife with some homemade strawberry compote, which I was just learning what is compote. I don't really know the details, but I know it's cooked. So you got to cook the fruit. That gives you compote, something like that. It's a New York style cheesecake, which means quite dense. Made from a recipe in the New York Times. Little graham cracker crust. That's pretty good. I get a craving for cheesecake once every couple of years. Definitely not something I would eat regularly, but I've got some chocolate sauce here that I don't think is really appropriate, but I'll just try it. All right, I'm not going to eat this whole thing. I'm just going to have one more spoonful. All right, so do we have any disagreement? They're not connected. The other crime is he's going to impersonate the son to get the will. Sounds like the only one we're sort of not sure about. Who can corroborate the arsonist's real identity? I'm going to say the madame. She might recognize him as a kid. And he might have had to sign for his pawn shop record. The actors. This is a little confusing that we have like 3 people, but the answer says we should have 2. How is Sarah not affected by the cake? That cat is very picky eater. So she doesn't really care about human food. And then why did he burn down the orphanage? We think to destroy the records when he couldn't find them. But he hasn't proven that he's a murderer. And if that woman scared him off, I think it's possible that it was an accident. Sort of sounded like an accident to me, like she scared him. Okay, Anna says, I have got cake in a couple hours too. Husband has his birthday. Okay, so Jonathan says, or Anna says, the madame could recognize him as an orphan and the other actor as the actor. Okay. And then who wants to bet whether he burned down the orphanage to cover up the records or whether it was an accident? Either seems reasonable, but I'm going to guess it was an accident. Because I'm not sure he would risk getting the... I don't know. It could be either way. Jonathan also votes accident. All right, and are we all in agreement with these answers? Does someone think they have a better answer for why? Who set the fires? The Rowney brothers. Who paid them? George Lewis. This says who paid him. I wonder if we were supposed to guess one of the Romney brothers. Well, let's just say both of them. Now, as for why, I just have property values. I'm assuming that George Lewis is in some real estate scam where he's buying up these properties to make them more valuable, but it could be something more intricate. And Tina and Anna both say burn the records on purpose. Was one brother in jail at the time? I thought he came to get him out of jail, but you might be right. It might be that he was brought out of jail after the guy burned the stuff down. But the burning was in a course of a couple weeks, so I'm not sure. But I'm okay with not having an exact answer. I just want to get anyone who wants to get on the record for this to get bonus points can do so now. All right, shall we read our answer? Let's vote. Who's ready to read the answers? Looks like everyone's ready. Okay, here we go. We stop the vote, we clear it, and we go to read our answers. Solution. We are sitting in the room of 221B Baker Street when Holmes comes in full of vim and vigor, a sharp contrast to the restless and irritated state he exhibited the last time we saw him. "Ah, Watson," he extols, "an amusing distraction indeed, wouldn't you say?" "Quite," responds Watson, "but what's it all about?" "Well, while we wait on Mr. Epsoms, I can expound my discoveries. When we first saw the carriage hurtling past us, it occurred to me to consider which was more important, where the miscreant was headed or where he had been. Tracing the route backwards, I found myself at the old workhouse, and in particular, the attached orphanage that had been set on fire." "Another of those damned arson attacks, I suppose," interjects Watson. One might think so. Perhaps one might be being led to believe so. But in this instance, I suspect not." "How on earth couldn't you reach that conclusion, Holmes?" "Well, for one, the location. While the various buildings that have been targeted do not share a purpose, or indeed any relation to each other, they were invariably located close to the river. The orphanage, being on Paddington Street, represents either a divergence in the arsonist's location, or is merely someone using these fires as a cover for some other dark deed. For another, the occupants of the orphanage had, at some expense, been sent out of harm's way, an action which places our arsonist in the malicious but not callously malevolent category. On tracking the orphans to Madame Tussaud's, I discovered that their trip had been generously paid for by Lord Goodwin, which is surprising given his sudden death last week. If this excursion was not funded by Lord Goodwin, then by whom and why?" "But what on earth does who paid for a trip have to do with the carriage dashing past us?" "What indeed, Watson? Given the timing, we can presume that whoever set the fire was also the occupant of the carriage. Now, having set a fire, why would one choose to have such an obvious escape from the scene of the crime? Why, surely only to get somewhere rather quickly rather than away from somewhere. Else why not simply slope around a corner and disappear into the alleys of London town? When you consider the contents of the pocket ripped open by the officer in his attempt to apprehend our fleeing lord, there can only be one logical explanation." "A burned cork and half a pawn slip? What can that tell us?" "Why, Watson, it can tell us everything. The burned cork is a trick commonly used by music hall entertainers to create their makeup. Specifically, the black and white minstrels currently performing at St. James Hall and whose matinee performance starts at 3 o'clock. What better alibi could one have than to be on stage in front of a paying audience at the time a fire was discovered? A slow taper in an empty orphanage, a discreet walk away from the scene of the crime, and a hall full of witnesses willing to swear that you were on stage at the time of the fire. Alas, this plan was foiled by the simple expedient of mischievous children hiding their fellow orphans' shoes. Meaning, the building was only empty later than anticipated, causing him to rush to form his alibi, ironically drawing attention to himself along the way. "But that doesn't explain why he would be setting fire to an orphanage at all." "Well, of course it does. However, if you need further clarification, then I believe the man who can give it to you has now arrived." At this pronouncement, the door opens and Mrs. Hudson ushers in a short, balding man in his late 50s. "Sherlock Holmes, I presume?" he asks in a reedy voice. "Can I ask why I have been summoned at this time? I have only a few moments, as I have a very important engagement to attend imminently." "Oh, a few moments is all I require, good sir. Gentlemen, this is Rory Epsoms, who, as he was in the process of informing us, is on his way to read the last will and testament of the late Harold Goodwin. Is that correct? Yes, it is, but that is hardly a secret, given that it has been advertised in the newspaper. You are, of course, correct, affirms Holmes, who is only spurred on by the confused looks he is getting from Watson. At the reading of the will, there will be a young man declaring himself to be Lord Goodwin's long-lost son, Hildebrand. Any evidence he has will no doubt be a forgery, and you would do well to have him arrested for the willful destruction of the Marleybone Workhouse Orphanage by fire this afternoon. You can inform Inspector Gregson that corroborating identification can be gained from Arthur Gallimore of the Moore and Burgess Minstrels, and the Williams brothers' pawnbroker, where he exchanged his instrument, most likely a banjo, for enough money to pay for the numerous tickets to Madame Tussaud's. But Holmes, cries Watson, even if this man does present himself and is fraudulent as you claim, why on earth would he bring attention to himself by burning down an orphanage of all places? Why, the answer is elementary. If you were to look at the records of the orphanage, you would discover that the man in question was a former ward of that very institution he attempted to destroy, and they would clearly indicate his parentage and the circumstances of his admittance. However, that is no longer possible, as the only evidence to prove definitively that he is not who he is about to claim himself to be has been destroyed by fire. So who is he? asked Wiggins. Oh, I have no idea. His identity is a mere triviality that does not require the mind of the world's greatest detective to discover. Let the police discover that and enjoy the feeling of accomplishment that accompanies such minor discovery. And what about the other fires? Surely he cannot be responsible for them, too. No, Watson, as I said earlier, this fire has nothing to do with our serial arsonist. There is no mystery whatsoever to those. Even Wiggins can explain those, yes? Well, says Wiggins, actually, we might have an idea about that. Okay, so here were the answers to our questions. Was the fire part of the series? No. What was the crime was the arsonist about to commit, impersonating Lord Goodwin's son? Who will be able to corroborate? So we said some combination in the chat of Madame Tussaud, the pawn shop guy, and the actors, and the answer was officially the actor and the pawn shop guy. So I'm going to give us correction for this. I think our secondary theory about Tussaud being able to identify him, remember him as a kid, but maybe she wouldn't be able to. And then why did he burn down the orphanage? We had a little difference here about whether it was to destroy records or by accident. I came down on accident. Anna and Tina said to burn it down. The actual official answer was more interesting, because the actual official answer was not just did he probably always intend to burn it down. Maybe he thought if he could find it quickly, he would get it. And his plan B was always to burn it down and then give himself an alibi. That was a clever little thing about how he would get himself on stage before anyone saw that it was burning down. And there was also another clever thing that Anna picked up on that I had missed, which was why were they late in leaving the house? And that whole scene about one of them, Joseph, hiding the other one's shoes, this very funny scene where she was lecturing him, that's why they were late. Okay, and then who set the fires? So it was one of the brothers. The other one must have been the one in jail. Why for George Lewis? And now, in order to buy the properties cheaply and profit from the compulsory purchase of land. That was our theory, our real estate theory. Holmes solved it in 4 leads. Okay, so there you have it. An ember of distraction. what we'll do is we'll now do our normal thing. We will take a very short 3-minute break. We'll come back. We'll give our thoughts on the case. 500 JWT is the author. He's in our channel with us. He sat through this. Probably a little bit of suffering watching us struggle a bit. But take 3 minutes. Give some thoughts. Give some thoughts to your favorite parts, your least favorite parts, constructive criticism, etc. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay, we're back and we're going to talk about our thoughts, and we're going to look up the leads first. I guess we're going to talk first. Okay. So let's look at the chat. Let's see some comments by people. 500 JWT, who's the author, Jonathan Thompson, says, some of our group wants to know and confirm everything. If you play for a score, then you're rewarded for making deductive leaps. Missing out the actor's name was just a way of reminding us of that. Jonathan Warner says, it was a fun challenge. Really nice twist at the beginning about backtracking instead of chasing the carriage. Good humor Took a good while to lock in all the pieces, nice amount of clues in the papers. Anna says, this case had a different flavor than the last ones. Very stingy with information, cleverly put together. Wish there was a hint somewhere that you didn't need to know the name of the culprit. Jonathan Thompson says, the whole Charles Christie thing is a historical reference. The original minstrel show was the Christie Minstrels. The name was claimed by many troops, often illegitimately. Interesting. Anna says, the writing was good and funny, though. Wish there were more of it. Jonathan says, the only area that could probably use a little improvement is a feeling a bit artificial at times that we could not get further information, though some of them seemed very reasonable. Yes, okay, those are all good points. As normal, the chat seems to be picking up on my thoughts. All right, so let me talk a little bit about my thoughts of it. First of all, it's a huge accomplishment to write one of these cases. So, I mean, you're already starting at a very high bar. It worked. It all held together. There were some clever things. I mean, I loved the fact that I think of these games as being sort of the author is leading you down garden paths, leading you to make wrong conclusions and to distract you. And that's part of the cat and mouse game that you're playing against the author. And I thought, boy, there was a clever moment there, and it's fun to feel smart. But the game did something that a couple of the other games, in fact, one of Dave Neal's from the Baker Street Irregulars, has us tracking this carriage, right? And you're sort of just going through the motions, tracking the carriage. It's a little fun mechanically, but you're not using a huge amount of deductive reasoning. But we get to the end where we find the carriage starts off going past our house with the police whistle. We ended up at the theater. We got this nice, rich scene, a very humorous scene where Wiggins and the Irregulars get sort of get into the spirit of the play, and they're singing along with it. A very, very nicely written scene. And then there was the insight we had. Wait a second. We've traced the cab to its endpoint, but we don't know where it came from. And that was very clever and very satisfying to realize that we could trace it in the other direction, sort of unintuitive, but logical. That was my favorite part of the case. And I think there were some nice, subtle little details that we didn't pick up on first reading. When it was the connection to what he pawned, after we reread that scene at the theater a couple times, then we made the connection, which further confirmed who it was. And then the very subtle thing about figuring out it was a pawn shop slip and barely being able to make out the ending, like we saw brothers and then ILLIAM, barely faint. And the connection, like, is that spelling Williams Brothers? That was very satisfying. So a bunch of really satisfying, clever ways of hiding information. And some very satisfying, subtle stuff. And some funny moments. I think where I struggled here, I would say... Well, before I go into the struggles, let me just say another positive part was the actual overall story was quite smart and clever. The fact that we've got these arsons going on behind the scenes, that was our side case. And then our real case, which was a mystery to us, like not just who did it, but why they did it and what was the circumstances and how do you explain what was found in his pockets? Like, that's the kind of setup we like, where we've got all these facts, we can't quite make sense of it. And we basically, on parallel tracks, were investigating these two cases. We sort of had an intuition that they were probably separated, but there was some real disagreement. Like, okay, our gut tells us that the business arsonists are separate from the fire arsonists, but then the question we disagreed with was, is the carriage completely separate from the orphanage or not? That was nice. There was a little spatial thing about how we did pick up that the fires were happening down here in the southeast poor areas near the river, and that's not where our main orphanage fire was. There were a lot of moments that tied into the paper in nice ways that took a double take through the paper. So all that stuff was really good. If you could put the parts that I thought were a little disappointing, the parts that didn't quite live up to what you would want in an ideal case for me, the parts I struggled with, you could see finding the actor's name, absolutely. But just in a broader picture, there were a bunch of places that a bunch of things we wanted to follow up on, that it felt like the game was not going to let us follow up on, but was also not clear with us whether we should find other ways to find it. So like we found the lawyer and the actor, and we just could not get their names, and yet there was enough unresolved that it wasn't clear to us whether we were going to be able to. In fact, we had that one part where we stumbled onto the history of the Goodwin had a son, and we got the mother's maiden name, and then it said, if you find the E, go here. So we're going to take a look at that. But I guess so in general, there were a lot of pieces where it felt like we should be able to wrap them up somehow, and it was frustrating that we could not figure out how to wrap them up. And that's always very difficult in these games. Like, if you read the question, how do you know what it's going to ask you? Is it going to ask you for his name or not? That's tricky. And I think, so there's two things to say about that. First of all, another reason why that was particularly frustrating was that it seemed like someone should know his name. It seemed like we were friends with a handful of people that would be happy to give us his name. We knew his friend, the actor. We talked to the guy who runs the minstrel show. It was just very weird that we couldn't get that information from them, that we couldn't ask them. And that's odd. I think in general, that's best avoided. It's fine to have the players not be able to get information that they want to get. But it's always very frustrating when, as a player, you're reading a dialogue and you're saying, just ask him who his name is. Like, Wiggins is talking to him. We want to know the name of that actor. Go ask him. You know, Wiggins is our proxy. Why isn't he asking the obvious thing? So that was a little frustrating. And there were a couple other moments where it felt like we tracked down the father, the priest who escorted the two men off, but we lost track of him. It didn't seem like we really needed him, but it was weird that we couldn't do that. Same thing with the lawyer, similar things like that. Let me just catch back up here with the chat here. Tracking was included. One of our members really enjoyed chasing the dog. I do remember that. They were also frustrated by the lack of the actor's name. Well, the other thing that was weird about not having the actor's name available is that it's pretty I don't see a benefit of not giving the actor's name. Like, having his name would not have changed anything other than we would stop hunting for his name. Like, when we went into the theater, the guy says, yeah, that's Jack Dunbar. He's the actor who plays this guy. That doesn't change the case at all for us. Okay, now we've got his name. Maybe we'd want to talk to him. Maybe you let us talk to him, maybe you don't. either way, giving us his name doesn't change anything. Or maybe we get told he gives a name that's an alias. I don't know, but I'm not sure it hurts anything to give us his name. So that's why it's an odd choice not to give us his name if you don't want us to find it. John Thompson says, I can understand. However, Wiggins never spoke to Arthur Galmore, just overheard him. I guess that's true. He just overheard him talking and mentioning the other name. But we did speak to the guy who runs the show, I believe. And Wiggins seemed like he was friends of this guy. So it seems a shame that we wouldn't be able to look him up and talk to him. There were a couple of people that I felt like I really wanted to go talk to that we couldn't. Let's look at what those entries were that we didn't read, especially that E entry. I don't know how I almost missed that Parliament entry. That's a little scary. Let's see. Here's someone we could have met. Maybe Jonathan Thompson, who's here, can help me spot where we could have gotten some of these people. So, okay, so this, congratulate you on the birth of your son. This was just a newspaper article. What about this one, though? We approach the residence of Sir Clayton Partridge, make our way around to the servants' entrance. We meet the scullery maid. Yes, I was at the Marleybone Orphanage. Madam got me this position. I would thank you kindly for not jeopardizing it. She has learned well from her mistress. Were there any orphans who may not have looked as kindly as you? She was good to us, strict but fair. We used to dream of finding out we were a long-lost daughter of a duke. Sensible ones realized how silly that was. This is just a tease about the case. It was fun that it took us a while to figure out a consistent theory. I do remember in the chat when we sort of put it together that he was going to try to pretend he was Lord Goodwin. That was pretty satisfying. Okay, and then chasing down the carriage. Different ways we could chase down the carriage. Sherlock Holmes. Okay, so it looks like we could go to a different solicitor. If we do this, what do we get? Too busy, da-da-da. It's just a funny scene where... What's this about? William Morris, solicitor. He's busy. File this with the rest of the Regis holding documents. Who are these people? Make an appointment for next week. Glance at the folder. 63 Claridge. Claire is always sees this. Is this just a nothing? Is this just a trick entry, or is this relevant to our case? More tracking down the carriage. Let's find that E entry. Okay. All right. So if we had, I see, this is the Regis. This is the thing. So we never visited all the burned down fireplaces, but this was another one of the buildings that got burned down. So if we had visited that one, the one on Bankside, which we could have visited, but we felt like we wrapped up the burning fire, so that's why we didn't proceed. But this would have gotten us more information, confirmation about the MP having bought out these things. So the fire, and now we see it was bought out by Eloise Regis Holdings. That would be our circling of E. So, and then if we had followed up on it, we would have seen that the MP was doing the real estate investing. Okay, that makes sense. That's nice that there was a little bit more confirmation about that. We didn't need it. We had already figured it out. I forget where that location was that wanted the E. But it's clear now that it was just more confirmation that the MP was buying the stuff up. Okay, so if we had come back to the Disraeli O'Brien's records, we would find that Eloise Holdings registered by 60 Bond Street Northwest and 60 Bond Street oh, 60 Bond Street Northwest, I don't see an entry for. Okay, so maybe you don't get real confirmation it's him, but Eloise Regis, maybe you can talk to Eloise at some point and find that they're connected to the MP, George, but we had already nailed him down. Okay. If you find the street on the map, some of the fires, you'll find the letter E. Yeah, okay, that's what we just saw. Lots of people named are real people not included in the directory. In retrospect, changing them to someone in the directory, including the name, would skip the unnecessary lesson. John says, look forward to any future cases. Yes, I would absolutely play more cases. John says, I have the germ of an idea for a further case, but it's a long way from working yet. I do think we all agree that the setup here, the mystery, the core mystery, the framing of these two cases worked quite well and was quite compelling. And it was fun. It was fun to debate them and finally figure them out. JWT says, Eloise is an anagram. It's an anagram for George, what's his name? The MP. George Lewis. Lewis, I see. Regis. Eloise Regis. I see an anagram for George. Oh, that's pretty clever. That's pretty clever. We didn't even spot that. Lots of little subtle details in the case. That was quite good. And it says another case just with a few more long entries with that humor. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would have liked to see a couple more longer entries and just a couple more places that we wanted to find to wrap up stuff, but quite compelling as a mystery. And the group did basically have that epiphany moment that you want, where we realized, he's trying to impersonate, and that explains why he was in the orphanage. Yeah, I would say, and maybe the questions like who could recognize him, that was a little, that could have used a little tweaking to make a little bit clearer what the game wanted us to answer there. Although, I mean, I don't mind if we get that slightly wrong about there, but it's a very difficult situation to figure out how to communicate to the players what they shouldn't have to find, when they can stop. And that's tricky here, and I think that's the main place that we stumbled on here, is not knowing when we should end the case. But I think, yeah, I would still say in this case, when finding out the name of the actor wouldn't harm anything, that would have been an easy way to keep us from spending so much time thrashing about trying to find it. But then again, what's the harm in thrashing about a little bit? Tom Wakeford says, as a member of JWT, I'm delighted that more people have been able to enjoy this. We were blown away by how much effort went into this. Yeah, it's quite remarkable, the idea of completing a case, and to think that he made it just for that group. I am glad that Jonathan, you were talked into sharing it. It was a pleasure to be able to play it. fun to be able to give our thoughts on it. I hope it's not too distressing to hear us complain about the parts that were frustrating, along with the praise for the parts we really liked. A pleasure as always. Always fun to play these games with this group. Fun to be able to meet the author. A real pleasure. All right, I guess we will wrap it up here. I'll see some of you on Sunday at 3 p.m. for our Blinded Birder, turn 12 or 13. I have the reply in hand. And then 9 p.m. on Sunday in 2 days, March 26th. There'll be a live Q&A. And Tina says, possibly Deadbolt tomorrow on Saturday? It's possible. It's possible I will feel like streaming tomorrow night and play a Deadbolt Mystery Society. I cannot guarantee it, though. I need to get some sleep, and I'll know. Okay. 500 JWT says, of course not. As a musician, constructive criticism is always welcome. Jonathan, what kind of music do you play? Before we leave the chat, before we finish up here, what kind of music do you play? What are your favorite musicians? Is it banjo? That's a good deductive guess. I'm a composer and a choir director. Wow. Okay. Classical music focused. I'm surprised there wasn't a classical music angle in this one then. All right. Thanks for joining me, all. I'll see you on Sunday at 3 p.m. Possibly tomorrow for Deadbolt Mystery Society, but no guarantees. See you soon.